Yeah.
Bradshaw, I didn't get to watch Bradshaw, but, I mean, everything I've always heard about him is he just threw it up and let Lynn Swann and John Stallworth go get it and bail him out. Is that
Yeah.
I mean, is that fairly accurate?
A lot of it. Now, he was better. And I would put Eli Manning last.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But he's a 2-time Super Bowl winner and 2-time Super Bowl MVP.
Last behind Bradshaw.
Yeah.
Huh?
But Eli's in that category. Peyton is not.
But, I mean, is that an accurate representation of Bradshaw with the Steelers? Is that
I know. I mean,
he was pretty good.
He's better with that. I mean, four-time Super Bowl
Yeah,
champion.
he was kind of a Troy Aikman, is what I would say.
a lot of stars around him?
But still a good quarterback.
I mean,
really
they had the steel curtain defense, so obviously their defense was dominant. You ran the ball much more back then, and Franco Harris was an important part of that.
And
obviously.
Rocky Bleier.
And Rocky Bleier, yeah.
You know, he will be remembered, though, for the broadcasting career more than play.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
And I wonder if Aikman will ever get to that point, as good as he is.
Not more than his football career.
I don't think so.
And I think after Bradshaw dies, it'll go back to him being more football.
You know,
Terry is fine today. I should just point that out.
No, he is. I saw an interview with him, though. He was interviewed because they did a lot of media out there, and he was asked about this because he's reportedly not a smart person, that he's dumb.
Well, that was what they called him back in the 70s.
Right.
His head coach would say that he's not the brightest guy.
Yeah, and he was asked, and he's like, look, I've made a lot of money leaning into that, but yeah, it bothers me. I found it an interesting answer that he accepts the fact that he has kind of embraced it, and because if you watch that show, he comes across as kind of a dummy, and they almost make fun of him from doing that.
Yeah, like our show. I played the dummy, but I'm actually Mensa.
But I think
I couldn't spell Mensa, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but he has said, you know, look, I've made a lot of money off leaning into me being dumb, but it does bother me. Yeah, it bothers me. I'm not that dumb.
Yeah. No, he and Chuck Noll did not get along.
Did they not really?
Yeah,
boy,
did not get along.
they succeeded a lot for not getting along.
Yeah.
The NFL Network, what is it? It's a series they run, Beyond the Game, something. I can't remember. They do it all the stars. That one's one of my favorites, the Terry Bradshaw one.
Troy and Jimmy got along. It was Jimmy couldn't get along with Jerry Jones, right? That's what ran Jimmy out of Dallas. He couldn't get along with Jerry Jones.
Yeah. Just an interesting weekend, always Super Bowl. And, you know, throw in that Alabama and Auburn played this weekend. And Rockstar did a show on Friday night. It was all fantastic. Rocky, man, the final 60 seconds here until mid-March. What do you got for me, man? Say something great.
Well, I want to tell Brown about
your mic's not good. I can't hear you. Yeah.
All I do is trying to help, man. Just trying to help.
I'm just confused. It sounded perfectly, Mitch.
Yeah, because you were set up front, Jim, and I was in the back, not next to the sound booth. But I'll never help again. Don't worry.
I know.
Yeah.
But y'all have fun.
I just don't understand the range.
I will be here in spirit. I will be here on the Zoom and all that stuff. I will give y'all constant updates as much as I can.
You know, when you're on the road, Rockstar, our app runs. In fact, we're about to start a new one here in a second. It runs nonstop on the app. You can put your headbuds in and listen to the show while you're on the bus.
Hydrate and pace yourself.
That's right.
I do every day.
Yeah.
Every
Just
day.
kill the tequila shots and don't pace yourself.
You know we love you, right?
Yep.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
We love you, man. We'll see you in mid-March.
I'll see you guys in mid-March. Love you guys.
You know what I say, Rockstar? Until next time, what?
Hit them straight.
God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Later on this actual opening segment, we'll talk about a big benefit Alabama could get if they could hold on to that number one overall ranking in the NCAA tournament bracketology. We'll talk about that coming up in a moment, but a little change of tone from Auburn's head coach Bruce Pearl as it's game day again for the Auburn Tigers. Welcome into the show, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. We're live now for the next 4 hours on our platform here, but don't forget all our podcasts and other things that we send out here from the Next Round and Double Down Media available to you all the time around the clock, including a replay of the live show here on the app or on our YouTube channel where you can like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up. That includes very shortly, if it's not already out, a conversation with Jelly Walker. Is it out already? Jelly Walker and Brownie moments ago with a conversation with UAB basketball approaching a crucial time for their season. So that's coming up. Jelly and the team looking really good now that he's getting closer to 100%.
And Jelly gives you a Valentine's Day love song.
Oh,
He doesn't sing it, but he gives you a suggestion for a good Valentine's Day love song. You'll have to go click on the video to see one that might work tonight.
Is it Pony?
It is not Pony, Lance. I will tell everyone. Genuine did not make the list.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yes.
I will tell you, we threw on at the Dunaway house last night. I went by our friends at New York Butcher Shop and picked up the Valentine's Day dinner.
He said he was going to do this yesterday, Brownie. He sent me a text last night. He was talking about how good it was. I'll let you get to it, but I'm like, last night wasn't Valentine's.
Well, I mean, it's the day before. I mean, I do have
got to get prepared.
I do have a golf date today.
Yeah, I can tell by the way he's dressed. Valentine's is not the only thing on his mind.
I do have a golf date today, so we may be a little late getting home. So we celebrated last night, and nice filet, twice baked potato, salad, some wonderful rolls, all right there. Bottle of wine. It was a great night, and we played a play.
$59.99, by the way.
Yeah, $59.99. You can't beat that. All is packaged up. It's really easy to prepare. So we threw a playlist on,
right?
And very, very quickly, Nat, I think is it Nat King Cole?
Yeah, Nat King Cole is a singer.
Starts singing. We're dancing around the kitchen. Genuine was not on that playlist either.
Didn't make it? All right. Yeah. I bet you Jelly's song didn't either. You'll just have to see. Go watch it and see. Jelly gives you a little advice for Valentine's Day.
All right. So a big game tonight for Auburn. Missouri comes in. Missouri and Auburn sort of going in opposite directions right now. Missouri's won 5 of 6, including a win, buzzer beater in Knoxville, Tennessee. Meanwhile, Auburn's lost 5 of 6, including a heartbreaking close loss in Knoxville, Tennessee. They meet tonight down at Auburn, 6 o'clock. And I'll let Bruce Pearl say it, and then you guys react. But remember last week before the Alabama game where he said they were not what? They were not desperate?
No.
We're not desperate. He said that. Well, Bruce Pearl now, after losing to the number 1 team in the country, with 6 games to go in SEC play, this is his tone going into this game tonight at Neville.
So they're all big, but I think this is the biggest game of the year for us this year. They're all big, but this is the biggest one. Why is that? Missouri is right now, according to bracketology, a 7 seed. We're an 8 seed. We're tied with them and Kentucky. We're in a 3-way tie for 4th place. The winner tomorrow potentially could wake up in 3rd place. When it comes to how many go out of the SEC, is it 6? Is it 7? What is it going to be? Clearly, Auburn, Missouri, Kentucky, who right now are all tied for 4th in that situation with, Florida and Vanderbilt 1 game behind, and as well as Arkansas. I mean, there's a lot in the mix. So this is a must-win for us.
So biggest, must win. I mean, the terminology changed in a few days.
Well, look, I'm one of those that believes, and I think we talked about this yesterday, with the 6 games left, you've got to win these next 3 because you close out at Kentucky and Tuscaloosa and against Tennessee, and the chances of winning 2 of those 3, it seems like a high bar. These are 3 games that you're favored tonight. Brown, I drilled it. It was 6.5.
Way to go, LT. You're good at that.
So this is a game you're supposed to win. You will be right around probably a slight favorite against Vanderbilt on the road, and then you're obviously going to be favored against Ole Miss. So you lose this one, then what? You got to win 4 or 5 down the stretch? It just doesn't seem likely the way they're playing right now.
No, it really does not. If you're to lose this many, then win 4 out of 5, and sometimes switches flip this time of year. I think maybe that's happened for Missouri a little bit. We'll see. But Bruce is already talking about standings as well, and one of the things I'm sure he is looking at is these top 4 seeds don't have to play until Friday of the SEC basketball tournament. However important the SEC basketball tournament is to Bruce, you don't have to play till Friday if you're in one of those top 4 seeds. Now, he was talking about it as it relates to NCAA tournament. Like, I don't know how many teams from this conference are going to make the tournament, but if you're in the top 4, you feel pretty good about it, right? So, he's already looking at standings as well. And it's just kind of funny when I saw Scott tweet this out, this little that you just heard right there. You know what my initial reaction was?
What?
Tonight's their Super Bowl.
Well,
I just thought it was funny that Nate Oates said that last week, and now Bruce Pearl's coming back and talking more in those terms, right?
Well, Kevin says that. Could it just be Bruce clapping back saying, no, this is the biggest game of the year? It wasn't Saturday after Nate called it the Super Bowl. So that's interesting there.
That's the first thing I thought of, and not that Bruce Pearl was clapping back. I just thought it was funny that, right after Nate Oates called it a Super Bowl, now Bruce Pearl's saying this is the most important game. But when you have lost 5 of your last 6, it is obviously a very important game. You got to turn this around somehow.
Yeah, if Bruce Pearl, if Auburn wins this past Saturday against Alabama, he's not saying that.
He is not. He is not. I mean, 5 of 6 losses. I got to turn this around because I got a trip to Nashville ahead of me, which is going to be a tough trip. I get a breather against Ole Miss, but then I finish at Kentucky, at Alabama, hosting Tennessee. If we don't start doing things the right way, this is going to be a disastrous ending for Auburn basketball.
Yeah, and what's really interesting, another thing is that he knows that it may come down at some point to Missouri or Auburn or Missouri in that selection room. It could come down to that because there's a lot of likeness on that resume where, Missouri's 4-6 in quad 1 wins, 2-6 for Auburn right now. This would be a Q1 win for Auburn to get it over Missouri, and maybe Missouri would stay there down the stretch. So there's a lot of going with this, both teams 7-5. So we will see what happens tonight, 6 o'clock ESPN2, the broadcast. Of course, Andy, Sonny, and Brad Law on the Auburn Network, as well as you get ready to listen to that wherever you may be tonight in basketball. So a different tone for Auburn going into this week as basketball continues. After I tell you about our friends at Wayne's, I want to get into some benefits. To be honest with you, I didn't even know this was part of the scenario, but I happened to read it from Lenardi yesterday after Alabama was number 1 in both polls and the number 1 overall seed in the latest bracketology, that I didn't know that the number 1 overall seed gets this choice. So we'll get into that in just a second and some other news that is circulating out of Tuscaloosa. But first, our friends at Wayne's want to say thank you. Thank you for 50 years of being a customer, a loyal customer of a great company here that started in Central Alabama and has spread across the SEC footprint. It's our friends at Wayne's. CallWaynes.com. CallWaynes.com is the website to go to. They want to say thank you for 50 great years to the loyal customers in the communities by offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito services right now. The offer is good for existing customers or new customers, so anybody can jump in and save $50, and they're stackable, so it's $50 off pest, $50 off termite, off of lawn, off of mosquito. Stack them up, save $150, $200. You can do that right now by going to callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, the website. But remember, you've got to use the promo code TNR. TNR, that stands for the next round. Offers good through February 28th. Go to callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, and celebrate 50 years with our friends at Wayne's. All right, we continue on with some basketball conversation here to start. In Alabama's number 1 overall, number 1 in both polls, in the latest bracketology. Did you guys know that if you're the number 1 overall seed, you get to choose your location for not just the first round, but the second round, you choose it.
Oh, second round?
Yeah, I didn't know about the second round.
I didn't know about the second. I knew about the first
round.
So you get to choose where you're potted, where you go. And as Lenardi points out, you could almost book it then that they would be Birmingham and Louisville for the 4 games that would lead to the Final Four if they were able to win 4 games. Easy drive to Louisville for Tide fans. Birmingham obviously would be a huge home court advantage, though Alabama traditionally hasn't played well there. Would you factor that in, the fact that you have pretty much sucked at the Legacy Arena at the BJCC? Would you want to play somewhere else, or do you think the home crowd could overcome that?
Here's your options. Birmingham, obviously Legacy Arena, where you have played poorly, but you're going to be playing a 16 and then an 8-9 winner, right? Des Moines, Iowa. I don't think you want that one. Orlando, not bad. Sacramento, Albany, Columbus, Ohio, Denver, Greensboro, Las Vegas, Madison. Oh, wait a minute. I'm into the that's the end one. Greensboro was the end one. Those are your choices right there.
Okay, so that's all first-round spots.
That's all your first-round spots. Greensboro, Denver, Columbus, Albany, Sacramento, Orlando, Des Moines, Birmingham.
Let me ask you
100%
this.
go to Birmingham.
Before you get to your point on Alabama playing poorly in Birmingham, if Alabama doesn't get the number 1 overall and it's Houston, do you block Alabama and you take Birmingham?
Yeah,
Seriously?
because that is about as close as you're going to get to Houston. I mean, listen to these play at Birmingham, Des Moines, Orlando, Sacramento, Albany, New York, Columbus, Ohio, Denver, Colorado, Greensboro, North Carolina. Birmingham's the closest to Houston.
There's not one first-round setup in the state of Texas?
There is not, Jim.
I mean, it takes a full day to drive across that state. They should at least have one first-round
This will be something to look at because you assume Houston's got a really good chance of winning out in that conference.
There's barely any west of the Rockies. I mean, the only ones west of the Rockies are Sacramento, Denver. I mean, that's it. Everything else is East Coast. Or Central Time Zone.
East Coast.
East Coast and Central Time Zone. So, if I'm Houston, Birmingham's my closest location. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so if they're number 1 overall, but see, Houston could pick, and Alabama could still be in Birmingham, though, because they do pod
That is true.
right?
That is true.
You get to choose if you're number 1 overall. They could still have 2 ones in Birmingham.
So 2 things on that. Number 1, if I'm Nate Oates, and I think, like any good coach, Nate Oates is a little bit of a psychiatrist too, right? And he plays the psychology game. What are you telling your team if you don't pick Birmingham?
You're telling your team every time we play in Birmingham from now on, I don't think we can win there.
Yeah, and you're also telling your team those kinds of things bother me. Yeah. So you don't. That's the last thing you want your team thinking about.
Look, most guys are superstitious that are involved in sports, but that really is saying we're superstitious. The way I would play it if I'm Nate is, look, you want to play right down the road.
That's right.
And you also want to send a message, hey, look, traditionally we haven't been good in this venue, but this is a new team.
Yeah, we're about to fix that.
Yeah, this is the best team in the history of Alabama basketball.
Yep. I'm far more interested in picking your second round.
That's
location.
right. That was the
second
whole
location. Yeah.
But we pretty much know Alabama will be in Birmingham.
Yep.
Unless they choose not to, if they get that choice. But as the number 1 overall seed, you also get to pick your second round according to your second weekend according to Lenardi. And
Louisville's the obvious choice.
Louisville would be the place to go.
Your choices are Vegas, Madison Square Garden, Kansas City, or Louisville. Kansas City is right off the board. Why? Because there's a chance Kansas is a 2 seed. I mean, that's a chance right now that Kansas is a 2 seed. And the last thing you would want is Kansas showing up in Kansas City, and now I'm basically playing a road game in the Elite 8. So to me, Kansas City right off the board to begin with. But then I look at the rest of those, and I'm like, there's nobody around there that I worry about. Las Vegas, Nevada, New York City. I mean, Syracuse is that's not going to bother me, right? Rutgers, I don't think they're going to pack that joint out. Seton Hall, if they make it, they're not going to pack that joint out. So I'm fine in Madison Square. And then Louisville, who am I going to end up playing there? I mean, Kentucky's probably not even going to make the tournament, or may not even make the tournament.
That's the thing if Kentucky did sneak in.
If they snuck in and
I
then
still don't think you're worried about it.
And then made the Sweet 16
well, even
or
if they
Elite 8.
sneak in, they're probably an 8-9.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're going to have to work a miracle just to get there.
Here's what Lenardi says about Alabama. Alabama's day as the top overall seed has finally arrived, and it's well earned. The Crimson Tide have won 13 of their past 14 games, including 4 Q1 and 5 Q2 victories in that span, with Purdue dropping 2 of its past 3. Moving Alabama to the very top of the bracket is an easy call. And let's remember, one of the perks, if the Tide can hold that spot, they would get to choose their first and second weekend NCAA destinations. Opening the tournament in Birmingham would go from likely to a lock, along with presumably the South Regional in Louisville. In other words, the school's first Final Four appearance just got another step closer. That from Joe Lunardi yesterday.
If you're a Bama fan, you do like the idea of Birmingham, Louisville, Houston. Houston's not an easy drive, but I mean, all those are drivable. I've made that drive to Louisville, not bad at all. Dunaway, I know you have too. You worked up in that area not too long ago.
Yeah, I've made it.
Yeah, that drive to Louisville's not bad at all.
Yeah, it's easy. It's just a little longer than Nashville.
That's right. Just hit I-65, baby, and you're there.
Yeah. Nate Oates yesterday on our show, Cut 5, with you, talking about being number one. This is the video you saw on all your local news channels in Birmingham yesterday and in several different locations. Nate joining our show yesterday, talking about the honor of being number one in the polls, number one in the overall ranking, but also number one now, which comes with what? It comes with a target on your back as you hit the road and go to Tennessee. Here's Alabama's coach, Nate Oates.
I mean, it's great recognition for our guys. They've worked hard. They've put themselves in a good spot where people in the country recognize that we're one of the better teams, one of the better programs in the country right now. I think it speaks to the job we've done recruiting, speaks to the job the players have done staying locked in. It's nice to be one. It really doesn't mean anything, no. Like, it doesn't help you win an SEC championship. It doesn't, it's recognition. That's it. I guess, Coach Saban says it's rat poison, but we got to keep our guys locked in. The real task at hand today is how do we prepare for Tennessee, who's going to be more than ready to go after losing 2 games on buzzer beaters. I mean, it's going to be – we're probably going to get the best version of Tennessee that anybody's gotten all year after those 2 losses they've had now.
And we can talk about that game more tomorrow when it becomes game day for Bama and Tennessee. But in a top 10 matchup with that number one marker on your back now, it does become a target situation with Tennessee, who's in dire need of a big win like that.
They are. Look, Tennessee is a team. I was talking about this this morning. Tennessee's a team that just plays without much margin for error, and that's bitten them in the butt the last 2 games. When you have the offense they have and you have to depend so heavily on your defense, you play close games a lot. You end up playing some close games, and it bit them in the butt. They couldn't put away Vandy or Missouri, and they end up losing to buzzer beaters. Now, if I'm Rick Barnes, I say, all right, we've lost now to 2 buzzer beaters. The odds of me getting a third one sometime this year are pretty low. So I feel pretty good about the NCAA tournament now.
Well, the thing that's not going to change is they're not going to just all of a sudden become a good offensive team.
No, they are what they are.
Yeah. And so they're going to have to win these games grinding out defensive struggles.
And it's funny, with Auburn tonight playing Missouri and Alabama playing Tennessee, Saturday's matchup down in Auburn sort of prepared both teams for their next opponent, because to me, Missouri – they averaged 82 points a game. They're one of the top teams in the country with points off the bench. They're not Alabama, but they're sort of Alabama light in style of play. They play a lot like Alabama plays. And flip that around, when Alabama goes to Knoxville tomorrow, who plays a lot like Auburn plays on the perimeter and defense and half-court offense. Tennessee, Auburn prepares Alabama a lot for Tennessee. So both Auburn and Alabama got sort of a sneak peek to Tuesday and Wednesday's game this week with what they faced this past weekend at Neville Arena. A lot of buzz out there about Charles Bediako and what could or could not have happened yesterday at practice. No official word from Alabama, but obviously all of you talking about it in the chat rooms and stuff that maybe there was an injury in practice yesterday. Nate Oates, a media appearance later on today, and we will wait to hear something official from the coach if anything happened in practice yesterday behind the closed doors as the Tide gets ready for the trip to Tennessee. But we are aware of the buzz, and for some people a little bit more than a buzz, some really, I won't call them sources, but good contacts who say that something may have gone down there. We'll see if Nate Oates talks about that a little bit later on, as Alabama wants to be whole as possible when the tournament starts in just now a little under a month on Selection Sunday. A lot to college football to get to. Clay Travis is on the show coming up at 10. Dan Orlovsky, to put a cap on the NFL season, joins us at 11 o'clock, 45 minutes earlier than Dan's normal time. So he'll be with us at 11 Central to start the second half of the show. That's coming up a little bit later on. Part of the show brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. If you've had an injury and you need to get back into your life, whether it's fun on weekends, whether you're a runner, a biker, a soccer player, softball player, whatever you do as a weekend warrior, Precision Sports can get you back to that. But more importantly, back to work as well. Precision Sports takes care of all that for you.
2023, new year, and there are new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweak that shoulder, putting up the Christmas decorations, injured the elbow shooting hoops in the driveway. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
A little coaching carousel news we would come back, plus a cautionary warning from a college football legend. Our thoughts and prayers with the folks at Michigan State, where they've shut down athletics for the next 48 hours, including canceling a men's basketball game with Minnesota after the fatal shooting of 3 students there last night, 5 others in critical condition, and the gunman took his own life as police tried to apprehend him. That last night in East Lansing. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
LT tells you about our friends at Gutter Cap in just a second. But I want to say over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, 4 great locations, tires and a bumper-to-bumper service, everything you need with Vulcan Tire and Automotive, all those great locations, including the new one in Pell City. Chris over there saying, guys, thank you. First, it's Chris's birthday, so happy birthday to you, Chris. But he's telling us thank you because in all the excitement about his birthday, he forgot to maybe go out and, well, I shouldn't say that. Anyway, he went and bought a great gift for his wife for Valentine's Day today from our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa.
Well, that's what we do is we give you ideas. We know We know how we are as men.
That's
we
right.
Procrastinate. We wait till the last minute. We forget. So we try to give you easy ideas.
Now,
Yeah.
I
And
would
great
say,
ones.
I would say, though, I think if your birthday is on Valentine's Day, you do get that's an interesting combo right there. It's my birthday, but it is the day generally I'm supposed to shower love on my wife or my significant other.
Birthday outweighs Valentine's Day. Easy.
I would say so, but you do have some responsibility. You can't just completely ignore Valentine's Day, right?
No, you can't.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's a tough spot for him.
Big Sexy PhD says, guys, it's not Valentine's Day. For dudes, it's Wiener Christmas.
Jeez.
That's what the doctor says. PhD, Big Sexy PhD.
Kind of creepy.
Wow.
Yeah.
It really is.
That'll spring on all the life.
My buddy Logan gets married this weekend.
Yeah?
Saturday. And I question, a young Logan getting married on Saturday, so close to Valentine's Day. I mean, you're going to have a lot in your future.
You double up.
So it's easier this way.
I think it's easier this way.
Yeah, I'm kind of with
Okay.
you, and you never forget your anniversary.
Okay, let's make that a Cowan Equipment poll question. Jim's friend Logan getting married this weekend. Is he doing it right so close to Valentine's Day so you can double dip on gifts and for anniversary and Valentine's and such like that and never forget? Or is it a mistake? Great move or a mistake? Help Logan make, well, it's too late now. He's all in, but make him feel good about the wedding this weekend and tell him it's a good move being married so close to Valentine's Day.
Bad time for this poll to come back no for Logan. I'm going to contradict myself a little bit because my wife's birthday is 6 days prior to our anniversary, and I have never gone combo. Unless it's a trip. Like sometimes a trip will be combo, but even still.
Yeah, but you don't have to go overboard. You see what
You
I'm
don't,
saying?
no. And
you can
look,
do solid, medium present, solid, medium present.
and my wife and I really don't exchange gifts for anniversary. Generally, we just go on a trip together, and that's our gift to one another, and it is the gift that gives the entire trip, right? I mean, so that's a fun thing to do, but still, boom, boom. It's a lot of pressure right there in 6 days, birthday and anniversary.
It is. My wife has had to live with birthdays and Christmas right next to each other.
You and your daughter.
Me and my daughter.
Yeah.
So it's a lot that time of year, but oftentimes we get the combos or combination of really big present. We'll say, hey, it's both birthday and Christmas. Gutter Cap, our friends at Gutter Cap can help you out.
823-2212. That is the number you need to call. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. My good friend Chris Stewart. And he's got a 2023 special for the next round viewer and listener. I don't know, just watch it. They're doing colors.
Well, we're having computer troubles again, Lance.
Somebody is in my computer.
All right.
Anyway.
Get out!
This but it's Gutter Cap.
Lunsford, you can come on and just come take it.
Just let's
Lunsford, come on in.
Let's just destroy it.
I would like to beat the shit out of it like in Office Space. Have you guys ever seen Office
I
Space?
have, yes.
Tyler, go just tell Lunsford to come on in here.
Yeah.
Just come take it, Lunsford. It's going to be a distraction if we don't.
And let me go on and get this Cowan equipment out there because I know.
Okay, let's do that one too. While you got your
Cowan
computer.
equipment. While you have
While Lance has his computer
while
working.
whoever's controlling Lance's computer has Cowan equipment up for us.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
You want to go ahead and knock out New York Butcher while you're sitting here?
I got that. I can let you do that one. Do you want me to leave it here or
no? Take it. Get it out of here.
Okay.
Get it out of here.
Hey, so
Seriously, if Reed gives us a thumbs up, we'll shoot video in a segment of just smashing with a hammer.
Yeah.
Office Space style.
Office Space, yeah. Hey, so I saw this TikTok.
how about I get on the roof and throw it off the building?
That's fine with me.
Let's do it.
We'll do a little reel with that, yeah.
I saw this TikTok where this guy scams the scammers. So one of these things the scammers do is they call you and they pretend to be your bank or Amazon or something like that, and they talk you into giving them access to your computer so they can, find the spyware and take it off, right? They like, hey, look, we'll do it for you. Well, now they've got access to your computer and they take everything from you, right? That's one of the scams. So this guy, apparently, he's like this computer whiz like Lunsford, and he, by letting them in his computer, can also get into theirs and completely shut them down. So he pretends like he's some old man. It's, okay, who can get my computer? Go ahead.
I love
it. And they're all talking, okay, click this. And the whole time he's getting into their computers and he shuts them down. And it's pretty darn funny, man. And like one time they were running this scam where they're like, request a $400. We're going to test the transaction. Request a $400 transaction from us. And he requests like $40,000, and they shoot him a $40,000 wire that he like breaks character, says, by the way, I just got your $40,000 and you ain't getting it back.
Man, it is amazing the different scams going on. I met with one of our friends' clients last week, and they've got a beach property that they rent out. And the new scam is people will put down a credit card deposit on the beach place, and then right before they'll say like they've had a family emergency. Can you just, I know I'm not going to get the whole thing back, but will you wire me like the 50% or whatever? And once they wire it, the credit card never goes through, and then they keep the, because once it's wired, it's gone.
Yeah, so I was talking to a friend of ours. I'm not going to say his name, but he's a restaurant owner, and he had a big group come in, group of 18, he said. Guy said, I got the whole check, don't worry about it. So he takes the check, and this, 18 people at this place going to be a pretty steep bill, don't know what the bill was. And he waited a week. He said, because what this guy probably knew is our security cameras cycle weekly. And after a week, he disputed the charge with his credit card company, and they wiped the whole bill. So the restaurant ended up having to eat it.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, it is.
So I guess that guy will never be going back in there.
I would hope not. I would hope he wouldn't show his face in there again.
Did we lose the feed? Is the hackers? Some people in the chat room were saying LT's hackers.
The feed's still up.
Had a feed problem. Forrester, update us.
No, just the switcher froze, so I had to do a little.
Hey, and for the record,
so we're good, though, Scott.
Yes.
This is not like I'm downloading porn or going to the dark web or whatever.
That's
it is.
exactly what you would say.
That's what you would say.
That's what you would say if you're doing it.
I didn't think of that, but now that you bring it up,
you guys get here before I do in the mornings. Where's my computer?
It's on your desk.
It's on your desk.
You're not taking it home.
I mean, y'all are here when I'm here with my computer. all the time.
But there are many times when the show's going on and I'm rolling on about something, blah blah blah, and you're over there clicking on your computer.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're looking at.
Googling nudes of Ariana.
Look, there you are. You know what?
I'm finding
off the top of your head, you know what you're Googling.
I'm finding information for the show. Like, by the way, Bediako, if he was to be lost for a while, I mean, he is 5th in minutes with Alabama. He's 1st in blocks. He's 3rd in rebounds. I mean, and he is your post defender.
He's such a good defensive player.
Did he just transition into a serious sports
No,
topic?
I was just letting you know some of the stuff that I pull.
That's right, yes.
Yeah.
He's such a good player. I thought this was so interesting with Oates yesterday when everybody was singing the praises of Rylan Griffin taking Wendell Green out of that game at the end. And this is why, I like talking to coaches because I don't know this kind of stuff. I didn't think about this. I don't know basketball like Nate Oates does anywhere close. And he said, really, we didn't need Rylan to guard him that well. We just needed him to keep him from getting the shot off because if he can force him to drive, Bediako's there.
That's right.
And basically, he was saying, Griffin didn't have to lock down Wendell Green. We just needed him to keep him from shooting and really encourage him to drive past because Wendell Green didn't want any of Bediako, which is true. I mean, Green's smart enough to know he's not going to go in there and shoot over Bediako.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, there is a buzz, and we'll try to get official word from Nate Oates later today in his news conference that maybe Charles Bediako suffered some kind of injury yesterday in practice. Nothing official yet from Alabama, so we'll keep an eye on an official notice of that. They may not even comment on injuries. We'll find out how Nate handles that policy, but if Bediako is out, let's say for a sprained MCL or something, and misses a few games in the regular season, a couple of things. One, you try to get him back for the NCAA tournament, obviously. Two, it's a team so deep now that you've got Pringle, you've got Clowney, you got Gurley, you got some more inside presence. They're not playing as well as Bediako is, but it's a deeper team than, say, Purdue if Edey went out. They don't have another guy that comes in and plays like he does. Meanwhile, Alabama's got some maybe not Bediako-level defenders, but some guys who have gotten a lot of minutes who can fill in that role, and they've got such a deep bench.
But, you saw what a great job he did against Sheboy, what he did against Broome this past Saturday. So it's a big presence that is going to be lost. I agree. I mean, Alabama finally has a lot of depth. They've got quality depth, but they still don't have that guy inside.
Yeah, and you hope, obviously, that first of all that and you guys are asking about it, but it's just a rumor. Second of all, that it is if he's a little banged up, it's just something that doesn't sideline him for the remainder of the year. That said, this team has already battled injury once with Amari Burnett, who showed his defensive ability in the Houston game, and then you lost him quickly. And Alabama kind of, Gonzaga and Memphis right after that reamed Alabama up pretty good on points. But they figured that out, right? I mean, that's the thing about having depth is you just got to figure out how to deal with it. You're not going to be 100% healthy all year long. You're going to have some guys that are sitting out with dings and bruises, and that just comes with the game. Everybody deals with that.
Nichols Outfitters brings you part of the show today, and we'll get into some college football conversation. Basketball coming back in a moment, but you guys loving on Pringle. Rick McQueen, quickly, Pringle is better. LT's neighbor Pringle is better at some things, but you can't make up for a true 7-footer with a 7'6" wingspan. Bediako starts for a reason. Eric Pringle is an underrated defender. BCS, Pringle, DIWS, I don't know what that means. But Pringle, I don't know. Anyway, Pringle, a lot of love over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
I never know
with the stars. Nope.
I never know if somebody just typed something incorrectly or if it's just an acronym. I'm too old to know.
Yep.
Listen, Nichols Outfitters is still celebrating a deer hunting season, though I'm told it is over. I didn't get out deer hunting this year. I missed another season, by the way. Dadgummit. I'll have to bow hunt turkeys now. Nichols Outfitters has the deer hunting accessories for you, and they are up to 50% off. That is 50% off your deer calls, your scents, your attractants. That goes all the way through the end of this month. Great Valentine's Day gift. Some deer hunting gear from Nichols Outfitters.
You know who would like that?
Who?
Montana Fouts.
Oh, she would.
Remember when she used to join our show?
Absolutely,
I do.
her
Camouflage?
Yes, sir. 50% off deer hunting accessories. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Pringle, damn impressive wingspan.
That's true. That's good. That's true,
good.
right?
That's good. I don't know what things mean until Hugh Freeze gets photoshopped with it on his sweatshirt. So when I see Hugh Freeze photoshopped with a DIWS, then I'll go look it up and find out what it is. So Photoshop's helped me learn. It's like modern day School of Rock from back in the Schoolhouse Rock back in my kid days.
Photoshop takes you to Urban Dictionary, right?
It does. It does. A lot of it. I'm not sure we want to go down that road. Our friends at Mississippi State announcing, and this is a good sign of that to me, Brown, that everybody has a good feel of what our SEC football schedule is going to look like. Now that we have a date on Texas and Oklahoma coming to the league, all of a sudden now we're getting the schedule to crank back up. People announcing future games. Mississippi State announcing an interesting home-and-home with Southern Miss, a little in-state rivalry game, 2030 and 2031. They'll go to Hattiesburg and then Starkville in a home-and-home.
The interesting thing about this is you would think this is like Big Brother, Little Brother, that Mississippi State would never lower themselves to playing in Hattiesburg. To the point that I was surprised to see it on there, and Jimmy Football over here says, Brownie, they've done it recently. And I was like, I don't think they have, Jim. Jim, they have.
Yeah.
Turns out you were right about that.
When did they do it? I don't remember.
2015. Do you remember that game?
Nope.
I don't either. 2015. That's the only time they've done it since 89, to my defense, Jim. So it's not like they've done it a lot recently, but you're right.
1989, black and white.
That's forever ago.
Well, that was was 2015 the really good state team or 2014?
It was a Dak Prescott team that played them. I believe.
Yeah. So 34-16, they won in Hattiesburg. They've played 3 of the last 4 in Starkville, though. They don't play a ton. So this would, in fact, they've only played 3 times since 1990. So this is not a in-state rivalry we see a lot.
No, it was dead for a while.
Yeah,
and then
they've played 3 times since 2014. But State going to Hattiesburg, and again, this is not until 2030, so it's not like they're playing a ton. State going to Hattiesburg is interesting to me, and I don't know. You're right, though. I think it's a sign. I think we can glean from this a little bit about what future schedules are going to look like.
And it had been sort of a hold on some of the scheduling of games until we found out when Texas and Oklahoma was coming, what the schedule was going to look like. Are we playing 9 games? Are we playing 8 games? Are we playing 10? I think everyone knows now we're going to play 9 SEC games. We're going to not have divisions. Texas and Oklahoma is coming in on this date now. I think this is a sign that around the league you're going to see more of these future schedules being dumped out as we get closer and closer to football. A couple other notes here. Nick Saban made it official yesterday. Kevin Steele, Tommy Reese, and speaking of Southern Miss, Austin Armstrong have joined the coaching staff over there. Austin's the one you are probably less familiar with. He'll be coaching the inside linebacker. He had been the defensive coordinator at Southern Miss, where he improved that unit so much over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and it's one of those, it's just the world we live in where a guy will leave, and Pete Golding did the same thing, a defensive coordinator spot at a place like Southern Miss to come be, at least initially, a position coach in a place like Alabama. Now, I do think, especially with the hiring of Kevin Still, and I don't know that this was the initial plan from jump here, but I think with the hiring of Kevin Still, I do think Austin Armstrong probably feels like his upward movement to defensive coordinator is pretty good in this spot.
Could be within a year.
Yeah. I mean, especially now, if they went out and hired a young defensive coordinator, even a Glenn Schumann,
right.
Somebody like that, if I'm Austin Armstrong, I'm like, I may not be coordinator anytime soon. But when they go out and hire Kevin Still, I feel like, I'm not saying Still's a placeholder, but I feel like if I'm Austin Armstrong, I can be the defensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa fairly quickly.
Yeah, and maybe you learn 1 year or 2 years how Kevin likes to do it, but more importantly, how Nick Saban likes to do it, and then you can ascend to that role, and you and Tommy Rees could be the guys in the near future in Tuscaloosa.
And on top of that, I'm making more money. I'll make more money as a position coach in Tuscaloosa than I did as a coordinator in Hattiesburg.
Patrick says, can you put the picture back up, Forrester? He says, Austin Armstrong looks a lot like Pete Golding.
He really doesn't.
Upper right?
No, he really doesn't.
Shot that right down.
I mean, I'm far away from the screen over there, one of our big screens.
Look, Tyler.
I mean, he looks closer.
Pull Austin Armstrong. I mean, that's a different looking picture with the cap pulled down.
Yeah, with that cap pulled down like that, he's closer to our buddy Jeff Collins.
I would agree with that, Jimmy. You're right.
Than he is to Pete Golding.
He's got a little old Jim Dunaway when you first were on the Saban show.
Oh, well, I didn't know he was that good looking of a guy. Way to go. We're talking about the guy in the sweater vest, right?
We're not talking about Kevin Still,
We're
right?
We're not talking about Kevin Costner Still over there to the left on Yellowstone looking out over his property.
Hey, did you hear? We almost did that bet. You would have won it. This is how hot you are. Kevin Costner's done with Yellowstone.
Wow.
They've announced that?
Yeah, pretty much. They're trying to find a way. Him and Taylor Sheridan, the creator, have been butting heads because Kevin Costner's doing some other projects, and he's kind of he's prioritized those over Yellowstone shooting. And so him and Taylor Sheridan, the head developer, the guy that created the show, have like really started to butt heads. So he basically is tapping out. They're trying to transition Matt McConaughey some way into whether it's that franchise or a new franchise. I don't know.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I'm in the middle of this season. They're on a mid-season break right now.
They'll probably kill him off.
Yeah, you better.
I mean,
better soak it up, I guess.
People die all the time. Could be very easy to kill him off.
Did we ever find him, Tyler?
Yeah, I did. He looks more like the kid that fell into the chocolate river in Willy Wonka than he does
Will you
Pete
pull him
Golding.
up for us real quick?
Pull it up.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he looks nothing like Pete Golding. He really, Austin Armstrong's got a look.
Austin, thanks for listening to the show for the first time today.
And maybe, that's probably going to be it for him when you say Jim.
Go down. There's one that they shot out on the, right, over one. Nope, right there.
So you're saying this is
Is that like Pete Golding?
Well, it really
you couldn't tell. I mean, it's far apart as possible.
That's him coaching right there. That's not Pete Golding.
No, that's not Pete Golding.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. All right. Much more coming up here on the show, LT, as we continue on. The show being brought to you by our friends at Ghost. Got a new shipment of Ghost. All those flavors and a lot more. We love the middle one right there, the citrus.
I'm going to get one right now. Do you want one?
I do not right now, but I'm drinking my water right now, but I'll catch one later on, right in the middle of this moment. I tell you that you need to get a Ghost energy drink. Zero sugar, full energy there wherever you get your energy drinks in the morning. Our friends at Ghost. And remember, we're at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. This is the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom-fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The cautionary tale from one college football legend, or at least a warning, after I tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness. By the way, you can go vote, and the poll question is not, is Jim's friend Logan making a mistake getting married? Because I'm big friends with his bride's parents.
And you're a fan of love.
And I'm a fan of love.
You bet on love. Are you going to the wedding?
I will be at the wedding this Saturday, non-football Saturday. I will be there. But the question is he making a mistake getting married so close to Valentine's Day? Because you're separated by just a handful of days now. 4 or 5 days for the rest of your life between your anniversary and your Valentine's Day? Or is it a brilliant move, as LT suggests? You can go vote right now, Next Round Live. The show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness, getting you ready for maybe a wedding. Want to fit into that tux perfectly, or look good on your honeymoon coming up, or maybe you just want to look good by the lake or the pool or the creek or the ocean this summer. Whatever you're doing, let's get in better shape in 2023 with our friends at Way to Wellness. Had someone call us yesterday about maybe a medication, an injection to help you jumpstart weight loss, or some other ways to get into your plan of losing weight. They do all of that with our friends at Way to Wellness. Find out everything they offer by going to aplanforme.com. Planforme.com. No cookie cutter plan. Every plan is different, and you can get a free consultation with Leslie and her board certified team. You have no contracts, no sign up fees, and a lot more. Planforme.com. Planforme.com. Go jump in there right now. All right. So a cautionary warning from a football legend. It is Barry Switzer, who is sending a little alarm bell, if you will, to Oklahoma fans about Oklahoma joining the SEC. Barry Switzer says he doesn't know about Oklahoma moving to the SEC because, in his words, it'll be like playing damn Texas every week in the SEC.
Sounds like Barry.
I mean, it really will be. I mean, you think about the transition these two teams are making, and they're not at their best. You know, if this was Lincoln Riley or Bob Stoops' Oklahoma teams, you would think that it would be a little more competitive right now. I mean, you go back to last year. I mean, we saw Texas, and I knew they took Alabama to the wire. But Texas, what was their final record last year?
8-4? Am I right
that's
Something
about
like that. So, I mean, imagine if you moved them over to the SEC, and, Oklahoma was, 6-6?
Yeah, Oklahoma's no good at all.
Here's the official quote from Barry Switzer to the Tulsa World News. Remember that next year we're doing a Oklahoma headline, Tulsa World News.
The old World News.
I'm concerned. Quote, I know what it'll look like. It'll look like we're playing Texas every bleeping week. You've got to be good. I don't know if we're good enough right now. We'll have to get better on defense.
So, and he's right about that. And that hurt them in the Big 12. That's not just an SEC thing. They didn't go any further nationally because of their defense under Lincoln Riley. He's never had a great commitment to defense. So I was asked for the Zone on 3340 Sunday night to come up with a proposed Oklahoma schedule year one. Spiegel asked me to do that. So he said, give me their 3 permanents and just what you might think a year one schedule would look like for them. So I took a shot at it. I made their 3 permanents to Barry Switzer's. If this were their schedule, and I don't think this is that crazy a schedule, their 3 permanents: Texas, Missouri, Texas A&M. Just guessing. Like, I know it'll be Texas. I think they'll revive that Big 8 with Missouri, and then Texas A&M. I just threw another one in there. Okay, so they got those 3. Then they would play Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi State, Tennessee, Kentucky, LSU. I mean, I don't think that's that crazy to say that.
No,
that's a tough schedule.
Yeah. Well, you'd play everybody every other year, so you're going to rotate through everybody. One year you may have Alabama, next year you have Georgia.
I'm aware of that,
yeah.
but I'm just saying if that were your year one schedule, I mean, that's not that crazy a schedule. That's your year one schedule. That does feel like I'm playing a lot more difficult schedule than I've played in the Big 12.
I think it just shows you how important this year is for both Sark and Venables.
That's what Switzer says. He says, listen, I know it's going to be hard. I'm concerned. I know what I want. I want someone to raise their hand in a couple of years and say, I'm the one who took us to the SEC. I don't know who made the decision, how it was made, or who was involved. I think it's one of the major reasons why Lincoln left. He wasn't involved, so he got the bleep out of here.
Again, I think the SEC will make these 2 teams better, though. I mean, these are historic programs. Now, I think it's going to be a tough transition, but you look at Texas A&M, will remove them. They haven't had success. But, again, Missouri has played in 2 SEC championship games.
Yeah, they have, and that's one thing that gives me a little peace of mind if I'm Texas and Oklahoma. It did not take Missouri, who was far from a Big 12 stalwart. Did not take them long. But here's the big problem with that, Lance. You know what the issue with that is? That was a divisional setup, which made it a little bit easier on Missouri. There will be no divisions now. For me to be in Atlanta, if I'm Oklahoma or Texas, I got to be one of the 2 best teams in the conference.
Well, if you rank these 16 programs right now, football-wise, if we include those 2, I mean, they're going to be in the top half.
Top half, but lower part of the top half. They're middle of the pack.
But they're going to kick some what we perceive as top half out, obviously.
Yeah, we'll see if they're in the top half. You think they're going to be there. Traditionally, they are. But you very easily, with the teams they had last year, could have been 6 to 8. They could have fallen into that slot. Developing news in the SEC, and it could come on the heels of what Notre Dame did not get yesterday. This developing news being brought to you by our friends at Johnson RV Center, johnsonrvcenter.com.
They are celebrating the RV Show Month. RV Show Month is in February, and the way they're celebrating is they're not making you wait until the show. You go to johnstonrvcenter.com, you click on the show price of one of the units you like there, you get the show price. Not the normal price, the show price. Fresh 2023 models right there. Competitive financing, lifetime warranty. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, johnstonrvcenter.com. Todd Monken is leaving Georgia. He is going to the NFL to be the offensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens have announced that they have hired Todd Monken, so Georgia now is out an offensive coordinator.
Okay, quick observation on this. Todd Monken has never, I mean, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, outside of Justin Fields for a minute, worked with a mobile quarterback that's even close to Lamar Jackson. Strange fit. And what it tells me right now, Baltimore trying to decide what they're going to do with a exclusive or non-exclusive franchise tag on Lamar Jackson. Does it mean maybe they're moving on from Lamar Jackson? I mean, why would you hire an offensive coordinator that doesn't have the background in a offense suited for Lamar Jackson?
I would say maybe Lamar Jackson's second half of his career is not going to look like the first half of his career. If you're keeping him, then maybe he's going to get less running, more into a traditional mode.
Oof, that's going to be a problem for Lamar Jackson.
Well, that's always been the concern, for the Cam Newtons or Michael Vick or Steve Young. Can you take away the running and still be as effective of an NFL quarterback. But at some point, when you play that style like Steve Young used to play, it catches up to you. You have to sort of transition into something else. That's why I worry about Josh in Buffalo, because a big part of his game is running.
Yeah, but again, he's a physical guy that doesn't battle injuries. Lamar Jackson has battled injuries, but Lamar Jackson still is only 26 years old.
When he was your offensive coordinator, it was Jameis Winston, right? 16, 17, and 18. Yep. So he coached Jameis Winston.
So he's good at coaching interceptions.
You hope Lamar doesn't turn over as much as him. I do not remember who the Browns quarterback was in 2019. Was it Baker Mayfield already?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield. So those are the guys he's coached in the NFL, Jameis Winston and Baker Mayfield.
So he'll have the best quarterback he's ever had.
Absolutely he will, yeah.
If
Lamar Jackson
stays there. Again, as a Rams fan, I hate to give up on Stafford, but based on age, would love to have Lamar Jackson in that offense. And you just really wonder if he's going to be around now.
Yeah. Jay Price says, so Bennett didn't run for touchdowns in Georgia. Must have missed that when he ran 2 touchdowns in the national championship game.
Okay, the offense was not based around Stetson Bennett running the football. I mean, this Baltimore Ravens offense has led the NFL in rushing, for the last 5 years, and the reason being because Lamar Jackson is close to 1,000 yards rushing every year.
Elliott says in his headline of the day, "The dynasty is done." Little clout back at Georgia. Alabama's been having to deal with this all the time. NH3425 Mike Bobo has entered the Georgia offensive coordinator chat, and I forget who we had on, Brown, but somebody said Mike Bobo was sitting there. Was it Chris Lowe?
It might have been. I remember somebody saying that last week when we talked about it.
Yeah, he'll be the next offensive coordinator.
That Kirby is so comfortable with Mike Bobo.
It was Andy Staples, because I remember when I told Andy, I said, Lance and I think 30 guys could have done that, and he agreed with you. He thought Todd Monken had done a tremendous job. So,
I did.
Yeah, Todd Monken is kind of a divisive guy. He's not personally divisive, but divisive on what you think he did at Georgia. I thought it was pretty average, but look, I mean, they won 2 national championships. They scored 41 points a game this year. I'll be interested to see what type of guy Kirby Smart goes after. It's a fascinating hire.
Clay Travis coming up. I only throw this name out there because yesterday he was in the mix to be at Notre Dame, but then Notre Dame ran into what was reported as a buyout obstacle. Utah offensive coordinator Andy Ludwig, who does a pretty good job out there at Utah.
Real good job.
Andy Ludwig was interested in Notre Dame, and Notre Dame was interested in him. He'd met Marcus Freeman several times, spent several days with him, but the negotiations fell apart when Notre Dame was not comfortable buying him out of his Utah contract, which, by the way, if you're ever wondering where Notre Dame is right now in the SEC when it comes to money, Notre Dame wasn't comfortable buying him out of a contract that was just south of $3 million.
Yeah.
You think if Kirby Smart wants Andy Ludwig, they will even pause at under $3 million?
I mean, this is amazing. This is a big hire for Marcus Freeman.
Needs that OC, man.
You get Tommy Rees taken off to Alabama, and Ludwig has got a ton of experience, 58 years old. And Ludwig was probably looking at this 2 ways. Utah is right there with Notre Dame as far as on field. But Utah's got a 64-year-old head coach. And, I just don't know how much longer Kyle Whittingham's going to do this.
It's hard to believe he's 64. He looks pretty good for 64,
no, he
honestly.
does.
Yeah.
Apparently he loves to ski and things like that.
Yeah, so I don't know how much longer he wants to do this. And Ludwig, if you go to Notre Dame, it looks like Marcus Freeman's going to be there for a while. But I was shocked. I read the same thing that I read it was just a little over $2 million.
Yeah, it was just south of $3 million is what I said. So somewhere between $2 and $3 million. So Todd Monken to the Ravens, Andy Ludwig free to negotiate if somebody wants to buy him out of Utah, but right now staying at Utah. And, of course, Alabama announcing the already known Tommy Rees and Kevin Steele over there. That's some football coaching carousel. We'll talk about everything going on in the world with Clay Travis coming up on the other side on the show that's being brought to you in part today, as I said, by our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks. Grab those energy drinks wherever you are with our friends at Ghost and Adams Beverage. Back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446. Or check her out online, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Wow, if you didn't think this was already in the works, Seth Emerson already reporting from The Athletic, who covers the Georgia Bulldogs, the national champs. Mike Bobo will be Georgia's offensive coordinator again, replacing Todd Monken, multiple sources telling The Athletic.
No surprise.
So, I mean, Monken didn't even got his stuff out of his office yet.
Andy Staples.
Leave that if you don't mind.
Yeah, the playbook especially. Andy Staples telling that to us when he was on the show a couple of weeks ago. And now it's all happened with Todd Monken officially going to the Ravens. We'll talk to Clay Travis in just a second. It is Valentine's Day. I did it a day early yesterday. I went by New York Butcher Shop. All I did was walk in and say, hey, I want your Valentine's Day dinner special that you're talking about, having the guys talk about on the next round. And it was like boom, boom, boom. I picked up a bottle of wine while they were packing it up. We had a great dinner last night, 2 fillets, twice baked potato, salad, rolls, and great red wine, all for a great deal at Valentine's Day special at New York Butcher.
Yeah, all that for $59.99. You can upgrade to Prime for just $10 more. Treat your special someone with our Valentine's Day special for 2. Create that romantic evening at home. Dunaway was even dancing last night.
That's right. Dancing and wine not included.
Cava Heights, that location, 205-970-7300. Greystone right there on Highway 119, 205-703-8825. Get in, see Jim and that great staff today, the New York Butcher Shop.
All right, Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter, Fox Sports. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. By the way, as you come on with us, you heard Dunaway talking about Todd Monken going to Baltimore. Ben Portnoy, who covers college football, points out 10 of 14 Southeastern Conference schools, including your beloved Tennessee Volunteers, Alabama, Auburn, have new offensive coordinators. That's pretty crazy. 10 out of 14.
Yeah, that's a huge number. I do think that as the coordinator reputations have grown, opportunities for them to move have also accelerated. And most of those individuals left for oftentimes better jobs. I think a lot of times that's a function of how much attention SEC offensive coordinators get. So that's impressive. Of course, in Alabama, Nick Saban, it feels like, has 2 brand new coordinators every year. So that's par for the course in Tuscaloosa.
I asked this question yesterday. Moving forward, more championships, Patrick Mahomes or Kirby Smart?
Oh, man. I think Patrick Mahomes, yeah. I mean, Kirby Smart is what, like 47?
He is 47, yes.
Okay. So a 47-year-old head coach most of the time would, who's won a championship, would coach another 15 or 20 years, right? Like, it would kind of be a surprise if Kirby Smart at 62 was no longer coaching college football. So I would give Kirby Smart, 15 years as a head coach. Now, one question is, could he decide that he wants to leave Georgia? I think that's unlikely, but, he could go to the NFL at some point if he kept winning. Who knows? Whereas I think Mahomes is 27. And I would expect that Patrick Mahomes would play really high-level football for like the next 15 years too. And so is it harder to win a Super Bowl or to win a national championship is, the crux of this question.
I think it's a Super Bowl now, don't you?
I think it is because, especially with the college football playoff expanding to 12, the odds of Georgia being in the playoffs, I think, are pretty high, right? In the next, let's say, the next 5 to 8 years. And they're going to have a better team than most of the teams that they are playing against. In other words, the difference between number 1 and number 15 in college football is oftentimes way more than number 1 and number 15 in the NFL. So I think Kirby, in theory, has more advantages with, where Georgia is going to be in an expanded playoff pool than even as good as Patrick Mahomes is.
It appears the NFL does not have a viewership problem after those Super Bowl numbers. 113 million, third most watched in NFL history. It's a pretty impressive number from the Super Bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think it looks even more impressive if you compare the numbers on, say, the NFL with the NBA Finals or the World Series, both of which have seen, regular declines. And remember, the 113 million, I was talking about this with my wife as we were traveling yesterday. There's probably 200 million or more who watch part of the Super Bowl, right? That's the average audience in every 6-minute increment throughout the entirety of 3 hours. So, there are lots of people, and this is all, a lot of people are surprised by this, and I think it was the case again last night or Sunday night, the Super Bowl peaks for audience every year at halftime. And people are kind of stunned by that, but there are lots of people who turn the Super Bowl off after the halftime show. And you wonder about why that would be. Well, on the East Coast where the majority of people live, it starts to get a little bit later. Maybe you got kids to worry about, things like that. But I was always kind of surprised by that, the number of viewers, because I would always think, it would surely peak right at the end of the game when you find out, particularly in a game like last Sunday night where the game's decided in the final few seconds. I would think that would have the biggest crowd, but that is not the case. The Super Bowl peaks pretty much every year at halftime.
I think of weird things. Clay Travis is with us from Fox and at Outkick, and I'm going to see if I can even put this into words. Follow Clay on Twitter at Clay Travis, and he is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The reason I was thinking about this, my daughter, who's a senior in high school, went to a Super Bowl party. My daughter has watched some of the Dolphins games this year, only because I do, and that is it. That is her NFL exposure. And I was thinking the only thing that would do that, the only other things that would do that, the day we celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, the day we celebrate the birth of our nation, and maybe Thanksgiving. I mean, that shows you the power of the NFL. Maybe the birth of another year, right? That shows you the power of the NFL, that a 18-year-old girl in Birmingham, Alabama is going to a planned party for that event, and the company that party is in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, the thing I always use as an example of this is we're all big football fans. You guys watch the AFC and the NFC championship game. The NFC championship game audience more than doubles when we get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any other event like that in sports where that occurs. And I'm always kind of fascinated by it because, like, you care who wins the Super Bowl, but tens of millions of people didn't care who won the AFC or the NFC to go to the Super Bowl. And I think that is an example of what a cultural phenomenon the Super Bowl has become. I mean, you use your daughter as an example, but certainly there are tens of millions of people out there who don't care about football at all, but put on the game just because of what a transcendent cultural moment it is. And I also think the Super Bowl benefits from this because I think as we end up with so much of our entertainment media becoming more and more niche, right? Like there is no Cosby Show, there is no Dallas, where like kind of everybody sits around and watches the exact same show. And I know there are some popular shows like Game of Thrones and whatnot, but I think there's a desperate desire to share something communally with the larger American population. And so, I think the Super Bowl benefits from that because I do think in this world where everybody kind of retreats to the cocoons of their phones and their own particular islands of media influence, there is this desperate demand for something that everyone experiences together in real time. And I think that ties in a big way.
I know we've all talked about this before, but again, we're 6 days out from President's Day. This is another reason you just made a point on why all Americans should have the Monday after the Super Bowl off. All you got to do is combine those 2 days. You remember there was a day, we might be dating ourselves, when the president used to call the locker room after the game and congratulate the head coach. Now, most people would say Biden was probably asleep when that happened. But, there is, we could combine President's Day because it is such a national event. I mean, I don't know about you, Clay. My kids didn't go to school yesterday. I just told them, I said, look, we're boycotting this day after Super Bowl thing. And I'm not doing it for a selfish reason because we'd have to work anyway in what we do. We would have to be talking about the Super Bowl on Monday. But I think other people should get off.
I agree. And I've been arguing, probably on your show for a decade or more, that in my opinion, we should have a Monday. Like, I think they should just roll it into President's Day and just make the entire weekend sort of a flag-draped celebration of Americana. And that feels to me like an easy choice to make. And I'm kind of surprised, especially in light of the fact that they've expanded the playoff, that the NFL hasn't elected to go ahead and just extend the season a week. I also don't know anybody out there who would complain about, especially, again, going back to the East Coast Central Time Zone where this thing ends fairly late in the evening. There are a lot of people who would enjoy that opportunity.
I do not or rarely watch any news anymore. My news come from my phone or my laptop. So I'm at the Super Bowl party on Sunday, and someone says, man, you guys scared about the extraterrestrials or whatever is these UFOs, these 3 things that were shot down? I was like, you're talking about the balloon that was shot down off the coast of South Carolina? No, Jim. There have been 3 other things shot down since blah, 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 blah. I was like, you're kidding me. So the entire pregame show now, the 40 minutes at LT's house, I am now Googling.
Of course you are.
What the hell has happened on Friday and Saturday. So any word yet on if little green men are invading our planet, or do you have any inside knowledge with your ties to high-ranking officials?
I haven't heard, unless something's happened in the last hour, I still have not heard any explanation for what happened there. And so that in and of itself is pretty crazy. I did hear I think Lucas Tomlinson at Fox News reported that we missed one attempt to shoot one of these things down. And so there's just some random missile that landed somewhere in Michigan. Which we don't know where the missile went either, which is kind of crazy to me. Nobody seems to know what in the world has gone on. Certainly, I think Biden was embarrassed by what happened with the Chinese spy balloon. and maybe has gotten more aggressive in shooting down things since, but nobody seems to have a real idea, at least publicly, of exactly what these things are.
So you and Laura were in Scottsdale / Glendale this past weekend for the Super Bowl. Most interesting thing you did or saw?
Well, I think you did this too. I was trying to remember who I did the hike with. The last time I was in, we stayed at the exact same hotel as Auburn when Auburn and Oregon played, right? That Fiesta Bowl hotel. And so I hiked Camelback Mountain, which is pretty amazing for people who've been out to the Phoenix area. It's a tough hike, but you get to the top, and it's an incredible view. That was pretty fantastic. I mean, I think going to the Super Bowl is pretty incredible in and of itself. That's the second Super Bowl I've attended, as a fan. And then we had an awesome time. I mean, I'm pretty tired today, because there's so many different social events and everything else associated with it. I would say, and I've said this before, anytime I'm in the presence of Rupert Murdoch, and the Murdoch family was there, and so we were with him for part of the trip.
Did you ask him if Succession was based off his family?
I did not. I did not ask him if Succession was based off his family. I just think, the guy is over 90 running a major multimedia company. And I thought maybe the thing that got tongues wagging the most was Rupert Murdoch sitting next to Elon Musk in the Fox suite. I'm sure you guys saw that. And I would also say Greg Olson and Kevin Burkhardt, I thought, did a really good job. And so, Fox puts on a pretty good show. So it's always a frenzy when it's the Fox Super Bowl because they took over that whole Camelback Resort. It was all Fox people there. It was just a genuinely pretty great time.
All right, he is Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis
By the way,
on Twitter.
hold on, I will say this. I typically don't ask for photos. I know I'm getting to be an old guy. I met a Madden YouTube player. That's the video game player. And the only person I asked for a photograph with was that guy because my kids would be impressed that I met the Madden video game player on YouTube.
Fantastic.
And so I sent a picture with him to my kids, and they were like, "No way, this is awesome!" And I'm like, we live in a crazy world when there's all these celebrities around for the Super Bowl, and the only person that I'm willing to approach and get a photo with is a kid that I recognize from my own kids watching YouTube videos of them playing Madden.
Clay Travis, Outkick. Thank you, Clay. Have a great week.
Hey, same to y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Clay with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline. If the aliens' primary means of conveyance is hot air balloon, I think we're okay. I mean, they're not as developed as we thought they were.
The other three things apparently are not hot air balloons, though.
Well, they're balloon-based, though, right?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
they are.
How are they flying,
I
Jim?
think they would call even a balloon an unidentified flying
Yeah, it's a
object.
UFO.
Yeah,
because I
everything's
didn't know
a UFO until we know what it is. I'm just saying that some of the stories I read, that one was the size of a car, one was an oblong shape, and one was an octagon-like shape.
How was it staying afloat? How was it staying in the air?
That's the question, Brant. Was it motorized?
No, there is a segment of our population right now that believe that we've already found aircrafts,
right?
Extraterrestrial aircrafts, and we're basing a lot of our military off of what those aircrafts can do.
Off of that technology.
Yeah.
Good for us.
And they said there's video out there.
Well, we need to be a step ahead. I agree. I mean, if we have found them, we need to be a step ahead.
That's
I don't
right.
disagree. Yeah.
Good for us.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like them to be a little more transparent, but I also like that we're a step
When
ahead.
we were down on the Gulf, I don't know if you guys, I mean, it was the conversation on my side of the table was a lot of that. You guys were probably talking about the appetizers on the other
I
side.
think I was eating. Yes.
I think I was drunk. In fact, I think the next day proved that was the case. As we continue the show, I will say this, though. If they release, like GPS, for instance, That used to be military technology.
That's right, yeah.
But
And
now
everybody has it.
But now we've released that.
Right.
Everyone has now got that.
I got it in my pocket.
So that means my military, I truly believe this, the American military is so good, that means we've got something better.
There's no doubt.
Than GPS to do our work, whatever we need it to do.
That you don't even know about, probably.
Right.
And one day it'll be on your phone.
So to me, I always feel like, well, if we're loaning tanks and planes to another country, that means we've got something better that somebody doesn't know about.
Something in the pocket.
Something in the pocket, just in case. That's my belief. If you're watching us in China right now, my belief is you don't even know what we have.
Well, they know what's going on with us.
Well, they know what's on.
Brown watches them every night.
They know what's on Lance's computer.
Yeah.
And you're the TikTok guy.
They've had it for months. Hey,
you're the TikTok guy. You let it in.
Right here. Just fine.
Yeah. They're over in Beijing right now. Let's see what commercial spot LT needs to read next right now.
Let's screw him up.
He's about to do the cow one again. Mess that up for him real quick. Mike Bobo, not official yet, but everyone is pointing to him being the next offensive coordinator at Georgia. All the reports are saying from Adam Rittenberg to Seth Emerson to everybody that covers college football, they're all saying, sources telling them it's a done deal. Mike Bobo is going to be your next offensive coordinator at Georgia. When we come back, I'll ask the question, not only of Georgia, but everyone else. New offensive coordinator. Brown brought it up, 10 of the 14. Improvements, upgrade or not upgrade, right? Mike Bobo, upgrade, not upgrade. I think we all have an opinion about that, especially Auburn fans recently. We'll talk about that as the show continues, part of the show being brought to you by our friends right there at Michelson Laser Vision. Dan Orlovsky with us in 41 minutes to talk about the NFL.
Hey, find out if LASIK is right for you. 2023 should be the year. 969-8100. Ask for Amy Toller, the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I had the 2200 vision over 2 decades ago. Got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. 2015 vision now, better than 2020. The phone call, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
More basketball coming up a little bit later this hour. NFL with Dan Orlovsky. And then in the final hour, we'll talk about the death of Conrad Dobler. If you're under the age of 35 watching the show, you may not know who the hell Conrad Dobler is. But if you like wrestling and NFL football combined, you're going to love the stories about Conrad Dobler. We'll get to that coming up in the final hour of the show. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, the rest of the crew up here. As we get back to college football, I did want to bring up this note. The NIL world, which is fascinating and absolutely love what the players are able to get. Nobody probably had a better weekend than Jordan Travis and Trey Benson of Florida State. Their NIL deal included a big booster who had the old PJ, private jet.
Yeah.
Paid a nice sum of money to take Trey and Jordan to the Super Bowl.
How about that?
And
different world we live in now.
And they said it wasn't $1 million that he paid to the collective, and some of it going to the players, but to give them that once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Rewind 15 years, and imagine if you woke up this morning and you wouldn't have Twitter, you open your computer and Sports Illustrated reports, Florida State quarterback flies on private jet of booster to Super Bowl. It would be the biggest story in all of sports.
It would be push. People would push for death penalty.
Oh, yeah.
Remember a fishing trip in Mobile.
That's right, for Alabama players.
Was it Julio Jones?
Yeah, something like that. Julio and a couple other guys, I thought. But
yeah, which, by the way, if you take me out on a fishing boat off the coast of Alabama, I'm not going to your school because I'll be seasick throwing over the side. I don't want to go on the boat.
But I mean, think about that. That would have been the biggest controversy in all of sports right now. The fact that the Florida State quarterback was on a booster's private jet. And now they promote it now. Like, I come to Florida State.
But, your problem is, if I'm a 5-star recruit, I'm trying to, you were going to pay this guy $3 million and you're taking this guy to the Super Bowl. Everyone's going to try to top.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Thing.
Yeah, it's a race. Wow, look at that photo Scott is showing us. That is nice.
Yeah, on the PJ there.
I
like that.
PJ, the old private jet.
I do like the fact that just down the road in Gainesville, Graham Mertz, who left the cold north of Wisconsin, now quarterback of the Florida Gators, he got a Range Rover supercharged over the weekend, part of his NIL deal.
Good for him.
Now
Graham Mertz has done nothing to deserve that.
Well, that's why he didn't get it for free, LT. It's at a discounted price. The $80,000 plus vehicle at a discounted price. They don't say what he paid.
Yeah. Well, that's like, I've heard of like kids have paid their dad or their parent $1 for their existing vehicle.
I want you to own it.
Yeah.
So give me $1. Yeah, absolutely. So that's the NIL news out there. Dr. B's got LT's hair looking just right. Definitely an upgrade on LT's hair. We'll do upgrade on coordinators or not in just a second.
Look, Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to go see if you're starting to thin a little bit. If you know someone who's thinning, tell them, be preemptive on this. Again, my hair's already 14% thicker. Dr. B is the best in the business, T3hair.net. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training in genetic testing, to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or online, T3hair.net.
To show you where we are in the NIL bragging world, JJ says, yeah, it wasn't a 2023 Range Rover.
Oh.
You think it was certified pre-owned.
Oh. Can't believe you'll take a used. You come play over here at State U. We got new Range Rovers.
So non-SEC power, non-2023. All right, speaking of SEC power, we'll start with the developing news. Todd Monken is to the Ravens. Mike Bobo's reported the new OC for the two-time defending national champion Georgia Bulldogs. Upgrade or not at offensive coordinator?
I will say not. It might be kind of, online with what you already have. Mike Bobo just seems like a retread to me. I know there's familiarity and there's a comfort with Kirby Smart and Mike Bobo. I don't know.
Well, Brown, initially Auburn fans are going to laugh and say Mike Bobo because it didn't look like he succeeded at Auburn. But Andy Staples and others made it sound like there were some extenuating circumstances at Auburn that kept him from succeeding, the Brian Harsin coaching staff and whatever. And now that Mike Bobo will go back to being a very good SEC coordinator.
I mean, we'll see. There are those, if you're in Mike Bobo's camp, you can share stats, as some did, prior to him becoming Auburn's offensive coordinator. The show he's had success. The time at Auburn wasn't successful. Nobody's going to make that argument. Was it entirely his fault? I think we can look back on that and say, no, it was not entirely his fault, but he does shoulder some of the blame. So I don't know. It's an interesting hire. Gosh, I dumbed this down so much. I know as I'm saying this, I dumb it down. I think Georgia might be the easiest place in the conference to be the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, look,
because of how good the defense is.
Well, how good the defense is and how good the tools are you get to coach.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a great offensive line. You're going to have quality running backs.
Yeah.
Back to your 30 coordinators could do what Monken could do last year, and I agreed with you. I don't think Bobo was one of those 30, though.
You have him outside the 30.
Yes, I'm probably going to say slight downgrade.
Okay, so let's do the Alabama ones, too. And Jesse Simonton writes a story about this at On 3 Sports today. Brown's got a list of them here. I'm going to read them out. Brown, you give me the first answer. LT, you chime in. Alabama offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien to Tommy Rees.
I mean, resume-wise, it's a downgrade. And is Tommy Rees going to be better than Bill O'Brien? I have my doubts. So I would say downgrade.
I agree on resume, it's a downgrade, but the upside is a lot different.
There is a good upside.
Tommy
yes.
Rees, Brown just said the easiest transition to make as an offensive coordinator in this league would be to go to Georgia. Well, if Georgia's one, Alabama's going to be two because, again, you're going to have major weapons to work with. So I think the upside, Tommy Rees's age, I think there are positives there where you can say – worst case, it's lateral.
Let me back up a second because that did come off a little harsh, what I said there. The good news, what Lance just said is Tommy Rees right now, resume-wise, is a downgrade, but I was getting Bill O'Brien as fully developed Bill O'Brien. With Tommy Rees, I feel like I'm going to still get Tommy Rees learning this job and growing as an offensive coordinator. Does that make sense? So, even if it is a lateral move right now, I think Tommy Rees will only potentially get better. So I do think it is a downgrade, but that doesn't mean it's going to be bad.
And they're two different people. Bill O'Brien was not known as Mr. Innovation, but as Jesse points out on 3 Sports, roll tide, Jesse, a young, hungry coach known for running a pro-style power run scheme is what Nick Saban wants right now. And so Tommy Rees is filling a need that Nick Saban wants, a young, hungry coach known for running a pro-style power run scheme.
So if numbers potentially are a downgrade, results may not be.
Right, 40 points a game on average, Bill O'Brien. If you're scoring 36 points a different way, but winning different games, right, more games than...
Yeah, but if I'm doing it more the way Nick Saban wants it done, it plays to my defense a little bit more. If I win more games, that's really all that matters.
Yeah, Pete Golding to Kevin Steele.
I mean, historically, it's an upgrade. I'm not.
I mean, you sigh like you thought I was going to ask the easy ones.
Well, I thought we were doing only the offensive ones. I wasn't prepared for this one. Historically, it is an upgrade. It is an upgrade to go to Kevin Steele. I just don't know that I'm getting historical Kevin Steele.
You're not getting the best of Kevin Steele.
I don't know that. Now, again, there's some nuance to this because there's some off the field stuff Kevin Steele brings. Kevin Steele off the field is going to do some things for Nick Saban that maybe Pete Golding couldn't do with that staff. And Nick Saban's going to be able to have a little more freedom, take some more stuff off Nick Saban.
Taking stuff off Nick Saban's plate.
Yeah, and that doesn't
not
necessarily
trying to get the Yellowwood guy to give him the head coaching
That
job.
doesn't necessarily show up on the field.
Right, okay. What about you?
I would go downgrade. Where Kevin Steele is right now, this does seem like a a place-holding spot for 1 year. And again, I was one of the guys that didn't think Pete Golding was bad. I thought Pete Golding was a pretty good defense coordinator. I think I was in the minority, but let's not forget that over the last couple of years, only one team has allowed less points in this conference, and that is Georgia.
Brooks says absolutely an upgrade in his opinion. Charles, one of our great female listeners, Bobo to Steele equals Steele in terms of hires.
Oh, I agree.
That Mike Bobo and Kevin Steele are the same type of hire.
I agree. Doesn't mean they're going to be bad. It's a very comfortable hire. Kirby Smart, very comfortable with Mike Bobo. Already had him on the staff there. Nick Saban, very comfortable with Kevin Steele. Has had him on the staff 2 separate times already. So I do think there is a level of comfort in those hires where both head coaches absolutely positively know exactly what they're getting. There is no unknown on how's this going to work out. They know what they're getting with those guys.
Okay, some easy ones. I feel like you need a win.
I need a win, right? I need a dog.
Kentucky offensive coordinator Rich Scangarella to Liam Cohen.
I mean, I think it's an upgrade, but I don't think it's like a massive upgrade. Liam Cohen comes from a good staff, but he's already been there once before, and it wasn't that great anyway. I don't think you're going to see just this massive offensive explosion at Kentucky.
I do think it's an upgrade just because Kentucky's offense has been so bad.
Oh, I think it's an upgrade.
I think there's new concepts coming in from Liam Cohen.
Yeah, I think it's an upgrade because of Liam Cohen and the quarterback they're getting from NC State.
Yeah, so I still find it hard to believe
that Leary's the quarterback at Kentucky.
Devin Leary is going to be the quarterback at Kentucky. I actually think Kentucky might be getting a quarterback upgrade
me
go
too.
with Liam Cohen.
I mean, listen, their offense was awful with a guy that's going to be drafted in the top 15 picks. So, I mean, what's it going to – Devin Leary's going to make that big a difference?
Yeah, I put it on a lot of that on the offensive coordinator.
But Liam Cohen was there before.
Yeah, but not last year.
Not last year, but it was the same thing. That's my point. Well, I mean, what year was Liam Cohen there? He was there 2 years ago,
2
right?
years ago, yeah.
And you think their offense, how much better was it, do you think?
Yeah, I don't
we
think
just
it
want
was
to go scoring?
I think it was 6.7 a game better.
But again,
6 points better, you think?
Last year should have been better because it was a year more that Will Levis had a year more experience for him.
2021, wow, much better than I thought. 2021, Kentucky scored 32 points a game. 2022, they scored 20 a game.
Oh, so 12, double what I suggested that you said. 6 points.
Yeah,
I did say 6 points.
So 2 touchdowns and Cohen another year under McVay. Not that year was good.
I mean, we'll never edit this into a montage, but my friend Sabier back in the day would have had a little audio clip of 2 moments in the show today when Brown, when I said they've played at Hattiesburg before. Jim, when have they played at Hattiesburg? And then later he's had to come back and say, ironically, 2015 they did play in Hattiesburg.
That was off the air though. So
yeah.
By the way, they improved. They lost 100 yards per game from Cohen to Scangarello.
Yeah.
Well, that's Scangarello. Good job. He's going to have a tough time getting a gig, especially if Will Levis kills in the NFL.
More like Scangarello, am I right?
Well, and they won 10 games in 2021, right? They dropped to 7 wins.
Yeah, it was a disaster for that guy. How about back to the tough one?
J.J. calls Kentucky sugar-free Michigan. Great offensive line, good run game, play to their defense.
Oh, J.J.,
that's so good.
J.J., if you know anything about the show, I am going to so steal that.
Kentucky is sugar-free Michigan. Love it.
So sugar-free, not great value. I like
that's
that.
Right, yeah.
Great value is getting overplayed.
Yeah,
I like sugar-free Michigan. That is a great line, J.J. Thank you for joining the chat over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Back to a tough one, Texas A&M, Bobby Petrino.
I mean, I
don't think it's a tough one.
Oh, I do. I don't think there's going to be this obvious an improvement.
Well, I don't know if there will be because I don't know if Jimbo's going to allow it.
Huge upgrade, Brownie. Huge upgrade.
I mean, Bobby Petrino is one of the best offensive minds we've seen in college football over the last 2 decades.
Yeah, so was the old cat Emory Ballard when he was running the triple option. But there was a time where that fell off. Bobby Petrino has not been good of late.
Get in on your fancy machine of knowledge there.
What you want.
And tell me what Texas A&M was last year in points.
Points per game?
Yeah, points per game.
And
we'll tell you what they'll be this year.
All right. I like this.
Okay.
All right. So Southeastern Conference.
They had 273 points in 12 games.
Scoring offense. Texas A&M was 13th, 22.8 per game.
22.8.
In 2021, just to put in perspective, 29.3, they were 8th.
So 22, they'll be 32 points per game
I was
this year.
going to go 31 points per game. I think it's almost a 10-point.
10 points
jump.
better. That would have had them where Arkansas was this year.
You agree or disagree, Brown, that they'll be 10 points better?
I disagree. I don't think this is going to be the magic bullet that a lot of people think
Well,
it's
I don't
going
think
to
it's going to be the magic bullet. I don't think 30 points is going to win you a championship. I think the offense is going to be much improved. We're still talking about a team that was 5-7 last year.
For 13 years, we've done a stake bet. We need something to take from Brown when he makes statements like this. The 13 years ago, to let you in on the genesis of the stake bet, when we started doing the show together, LT deals in absolutes, and I hate absolutes. And I forget what the very first stake bet was. For some reason, I think it was the Cubs and Notre Dame, but I'm not sure. It was something to do with the Cubs, Notre Dame. You had the Cubs winning the World Series before Notre Dame ever won their next national championship, and you won that one. I think that was the first one. That's what was the genesis of the stake bet, which we've done for 13 years. When Brown does this, we need something that Brown can put on the line. I'm getting choked up. Hold on. 13 years.
I love it on the shows like
not so fast.
When they're on the panel and the guy gets choked up, somebody reaches over and grabs his arm.
Thank you. So in our chat room, what could Brown bet?
Well, do I get 2-1 though? Since it's 2 of y'all against me, you and Lance are 1-1. I should get 2-1.
Well, we'll work the details out.
Okay.
What can we put on the line for Brown that would equal what the stake bet is?
I mean, I do own a testicle of Lance's.
I think it could be just between you and Lance. I don't have to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Rounds of golf seems to be.
Well, Lance can't participate in rounds of golf. He never plays.
Nor does he want to.
Yeah.
Yeah. But give us. We love your
Brown
thoughts.
loves Dobell tequila.
I do.
So we could do shots on the panel.
I would love to see you two do that.
So I got to take a shot if I lose.
If you lose,
a shot at Dobell.
I'll do 2-1 shots. How about that on all bets?
I mean, this is like the U.S. Amateur playing Tiger Woods.
Jay Price is right. You do have LT's left testicle. So
that's right.
We could have just a big trophy that's LT's left testicle, and we could pass it back and forth.
Like you just give me my left testicle back.
Like the Stanley Cup. LT's left testicle could go back and forth.
That's all right.
Lunsford?
I'm not gonna kiss it like they do the Stanley Cup, if you don't mind.
You're not going to drink out of it?
No, I'm not.
What would that look like?
Pass on that. Thank you.
Ty Shannon Brown, what would drinking out of the testicle trophy look like, Brown? Don't forget you got. Don't forget you got to hold the bottom of it, Brown.
Okay.
You gotta hoist it up.
What?
You gotta hoist it up.
Oh yeah.
Lunsford, your mission today, man. Now that you've solved LT's computer problems, come up with LT's left testicle trophy. How it would look.
Yeah. Don't Google that on Lance's computer. Yes.
You did a good job with the computer, by the way. It's this McAfee kid. Isn't that dude dead, though?
Yeah, well, supposedly. There's some rumors on that.
Wish they would have got him 10 years ago.
All right, so we now have officially on the show the New York Butcher Shop stake bets, and now the Brown Ball stake bet.
That's right, yep.
We need a sponsor for that, so we'll work on that.
I think we discussed we discussed one of the meeting yesterday, I think.
Dobell could be the sponsor of the shots.
The Brown Ball bet. All right, I like it. We could just get those things that hang in the back of some great Southern men's pickup trucks. They put on the back.
Oh, that's right.
They dangle.
So you know when you hit the curb.
No, that would be a bad bracket challenge if you had to have the balls hanging behind one of our cars for the next 2 months.
Oh, that wouldn't be that bad.
That'd be awful.
Wearing them as a necklace would be bad.
I haven't seen them on a car in a long time.
I haven't either.
Yeah, I think I was in West Blockton the last time I did.
Did they get outlawed?
No. The curb finders? No, those aren't outlawed.
No, the ones that look like.
No, it's not
could
outlawed.
you?
Freedom of speech, man.
It is going to come up uncomfortable.
Unless it's on your license plate.
Yeah, you can't have it on your license plate.
Yeah.
That's state issued, though.
Like if you get hot, it will become uncomfortable, as Lunsford's saying. Brown is currently 6 testicles up.
Yeah,
I understand.
Nut dust would be good.
Yes.
And the little green men who landed in Alaska or got shot down in Alaska this past week, and they'll be like, they've got men with 6 testicles down here.
We have found the promised land.
Charlie says we've jumped the shark.
Come on, Charlie. Lighten up a little bit. Have a laugh every now and then, Charlie.
Oh, Charlie. All right. That is some coordinators, upgrades or not, around the SEC. Brown points out 10 of them. 10
offensive. That's just the offensive side.
Yeah. When are we bringing back the Southern Gents segment? Bobby wants to know.
We can bring it back today if you want.
I don't know if we're prepared today, but let's do it soon.
I mean, it would take. All we got to do is I'll pull the article. We'll get Taylor to do the picture, give it to Forrester, and
we're gonna build some graphics, with the picture and some bullet points about what's in the article. I think that'll be good. Look good on social media when you send it out. So let's. You want to shoot for next week or later this week?
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter either or. I mean, I can pick one and break, give it to her, and she can start working on it.
We'll ask Taylor, and let's start. You want to do it a particular day every week, or just let it float?
I don't know, Brown. What do you think? Brown's kind of our schedule maker.
I'd let it float. Yeah, I'd just bounce it around.
Try to knock one out a week?
Yeah, sure.
All right. We'll start one later this week. If you were with us back on our FM radio days, LT uncovered a book. Where'd you find the book, Southern Gents?
I think it was on Matt Coulter's desk.
That's right, because he's in it, right?
Yeah,
Matt
he is
in
a
it.
Southern Gent.
So it was on Matt Coulter's desk. When Matt left, he left the book.
Yeah, or I might have snaked the book, one of the two. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, how many copies of Southern Gents can you find out there?
We couldn't even find this one for a while, right?
But it has turned back up, so we're going to bring back that segment. Thanks for bringing it back up, Bobby. We'd forgotten about
Fahrenheit 451, would they have burned Southern Gents? Or you think that was too much of a national treasure? We're going to leave that one alone.
Our friends at the University of Montevallo is a national treasure. You can go to school there, or your son or daughter, as they're starting to approach college age, can go to Montevallo as well. Think about that. A wonderful Southern campus, perfect class sizes for your son or daughter to succeed academically. Maybe they want to continue their athletic career. They can do that at Montevallo. Find out more details, montevallo.edu. 21 fully funded Division II scholarship sports theater department with a new multi-million-dollar state-of-the-art theater department building there. They've got a new business building, broadcasting, baseball team right now, nationally ranked. They are kicking it right now, and you can find out everything and schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu. montevallo.edu.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on the next round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/2023.
Brown's got a interesting story I meant to bring up yesterday. I didn't. He's got a tweet to play off of that, and we'll hear from Dennis Gates, cut number 3, in this segment as well. That's being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, and our friends at Hemp Hill offering $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill to make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and their team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services is hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
So if you are streaming television on a service now, like I am with YouTube TV, occasionally it takes, you have to change apps all the time to go to Hulu or HBO Max. So in the middle of the Super Bowl, there was a commercial for Tubi, Tubi, which is another streaming service with a channel screen and everything to change channels, and it just makes it look like it went from what you were watching the Super Bowl to somebody had changed the channel. And I even looked to see if I was sitting on my remote when it happened. And I thought to myself, oh, crap, this may be the worst commercial of all time, because right now millions of people in America are thinking they have somehow just changed the channel on me.
Yeah, to the point my wife was in the room and literally said out loud, I didn't do it. She thought something changed. The only reason I am fall for it is, and regrettably, I mean, this is so sad, but I realized Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson were not wearing the same thing they had worn in the previous booth shots.
Oh, that's right, because it started off with them in the booth.
It started with them in the booth, and then made it look like the channel changed. And for whatever reason, I was like, wait a minute, that's not what they had on earlier.
Yes.
So I kind of caught it.
Observation.
Thank you. I pay way too close attention to stupid
Again,
stuff.
I didn't even see this commercial.
But Josh Reynolds, 24, tweets, and this is such a funny tweet. Arguably worse than the Eagles' loss, I now have my relationship with my mother-in-law to repair after I regrettably called her a biatch, thinking she changed the channel during the Tubi commercial. Can you imagine, like, hardcore Eagles fan at his mother-in-law's house?
And how quickly that got worked out. 30 seconds later, you know you're in the wrong.
Yeah, 30 seconds later, you've realized I have made a massive mistake.
Now, was that in the third or fourth quarter?
I think it was in the fourth quarter.
I was at home, so it was the second half. Yeah.
It was in the fourth quarter, I'm almost certain.
I'm just wondering how much longer he had to sit in the same room with mother-in-law.
Oh, that is...
and watch his team lose in heartbreaking fashion.
That's horrible. I sent out a tweet this morning that says, find you someone who will laugh at your stupidity. David, who watches the show, says, better yet, I found someone who laughs at your stupidity. That way, watches the show and listens to the show. Great relationship win there for David. Thanks for watching the show, and thanks for being with us today on this Valentine's Day.
Dave D in the chat room says that was kind of our generation's War of the Worlds. Like, if you've ever studied Orson Welles' War of the Worlds, It was a radio show that a lot of people thought was actual broadcast of an alien invasion. And there were at least 150 million people that thought somebody had just changed the channel from the Super Bowl.
Oh, and by the way, back to the things that were shot down in Alaska and the Yukon and Lake Erie, or which one of the Great Lakes. The U2 commercial in the middle announcing their next music, which was about things in the air.
Oh, yeah. That
was, and I tweeted instant. I said, poor timing on the U2 commercial.
Because it was a balloon, too, kind of, right?
Yeah.
Like a modern balloon.
Yeah, so poor on that. And then Brown and I were talking about what if it is just a big promotional thing that U2 was doing to launch their new music, and the government went up and shot them down.
Somebody was supposed to give the U.S. government a heads up on this one, and the guy was like, yeah, I forgot to send that email.
Yeah. I mean, the millions of dollars in fines that would cost U2 would be crazy. So
Now, Earl, you checked with the government on this like we told you to, right?
I thought you were doing that, Bono. I'm the lead singer. I'm not going to do that.
Boys, we got a problem here.
Dan Orlovsky talking about the NFL in just a second at the top of the hour. Auburn with a massive basketball game at home tonight against Missouri. Two teams that are 7-5 in the SEC. 6 o'clock ESPN2 back at Neville Arena. One of the reasons you think Auburn wins the game tonight, or at least has a good chance, is They're so good at Neville Arena, you don't think they can stack up a third home loss.
Yeah, look, they're 11-2 at home. They're 4-5 on the road. They're a different team at home.
Yeah.
They were right there with Alabama until that final 5 minutes.
Yeah, the 2 losses they've had at home to number 1 and number 2 in the SEC standings right now. Here comes Missouri, winners of 5 of 6. They've got a first-year coach in Dennis Gates. This is what he says about this Auburn team he'll face tonight.
This Auburn team, obviously, they're going through tough times, but just as far as winning games, but where are the challenges with Bruce's team?
Well, they're playing at home. That's a tough and adverse environment. First and foremost, they have talent, without a doubt. Historically and tradition-wise, the last 5 years, they've been a very great representation of the top teams in the SEC. So I just think they pose a problem because they're at home, but also they're a very good team logistically.
In this game, he comes to town. He is another first-year coach, of which Bruce Pearl this year is 4-1 against first-year head coaches.
Well, Nate Oates probably your coach of the year in the conference at this point, but I think Dennis Gates has got to get some votes in this thing to have. In his first year, Missouri 7-4. They're in the hunt for that number 4 seed in the SEC
they had
tournament.
some struggles early on.
They did. Lance, Jim mentioned that they're winners of 5 of their last 6. That followed up the home loss to Alabama. There's some good and bad in there. The bad is they won at Ole Miss. Ole Miss is no good. They beat LSU. LSU is no good. They beat South Carolina. South Carolina is no good. But they also won against Iowa State, who's a solid team, and Tennessee, who's a really good team, on the road. So, I mean, this is not just stacking up losses against crap teams. They beat some good teams in this.
Absolutely.
And their losses to Mississippi State, who, in spite of their 5-7 record, has played improved basketball of late.
Wendell Green had a season-high 24. Jalen Williams is shooting the ball better. But to me, Wendell scoring well, but also Janai Broome being an impact inside where Alabama sort of neutralized him on the offensive side a little bit in the game this past week. The games they lost at Texas A&M. In the game they lost to Alabama, Janai got in foul trouble in one and was sort of neutralized in the other. If Wendell Green stays hot, Jalen Williams stays hot shooting, and Janai gets back to putting up Janai numbers, that's a deadly combination for Missouri. Auburn will take it to them tonight. We'll see how it plays out. 6 o'clock on ESPN2. Later on, we'll talk about some tough places to play in college basketball. Where does Auburn rank? Where does a place like Texas Tech maybe rank in there? Texas Tech beating Texas last night, 74-67. Baylor got West Virginia last night, so Texas and Baylor are tied for the Big 12 lead. Tonight, Creighton and Providence, good game at 6 o'clock FS1. NC State's at Syracuse, and Kansas is at Oklahoma State. Part of your games that are happening tonight in college basketball. All right, Dan Orlovsky is coming up next. Our friends at Odie's want to remind you that tomorrow night trivia is back in town as well with our friends at Odie's.
Yeah, Odie's Tavern, a great place to go. It's a Birmingham institution right there in Crestline Village. Great lunches and dinners from Rodney Davis, including burgers, chili, grilled cheese. They've got corn dogs, which I could knock out a corn dog right now, couldn't you?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Brown will be there tomorrow night with me every Wednesday night. Odie's Team Trivia. Get there early, enjoy some of this great food, and we've got good weather the next few days, so inside or outside on that great patio, go see Will Haver and that incredible staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, the big headlines today. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Todd Monken is with the Baltimore Ravens, leaving the two-time national champion Georgia Bulldogs. That's a big story out there today. Missouri and Auburn in basketball tonight, 6 o'clock down at Neville Arena on the Plains. Alabama, the number one overall seed, according to Bracketology and Joe Lunardi at ESPN. Those are your three big stories. We'll get back into those. But let's put a wrap on the NFL season with our buddy Dan Orlovsky.
He has joined us each week throughout the postseason, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Code Next Round when you sign up there with MyBookie.ag and get that deposit bonus. MyBookie.ag. Code Next Round. Dan is back with us now, fresh from Phoenix. What is up, Dan? How are you?
I'm doing good. Being back from Phoenix is a good thing. So I'm doing better than I was. Man.
Yeah, Dan has not slept in his bed very often of late. If I am not mistaken, Mahomes had one incompletion in the second half, and that was a throwaway. Yeah, throwaway. Now, you've played quarterback in the NFL. You know a lot of guys that have done it. Can you put into words, especially on that stage, how difficult it is to go an entire half in the NFL and only have one incompletion?
I mean, it's hard to do it in 15 passes of 7-on-7 in practice. You know, if you go 14 of 15 in practice in 7-on-7 when there's no offensive or defensive line, that's really good. To do it in a Super Bowl against a defense that had, you know, the best pass defense statistically in football this year, you know, it's as good a performance as you'll see. It really is. And if I had to put one word to describe that game by Patrick, and one word really to describe this season, it's disciplined. I mean, he has become such a disciplined quarterback, and to be as ridiculously talented as he is, and to that be another characteristic of his game, man, he's as good as we'll see in our lifetime.
Dan, I'm not saying this because you're on our show, but I totally agreed with you. The James Bradberry call there, which was clearly the throwaway from Pat Mahomes, because they weren't calling it like this earlier in the game, why they called that one penalty there at the end made no sense. I know you had a lot of colleagues that disagreed with you. I think the majority of us agreed with you as well. I just thought it was a terrible call from what was a really good game.
It ruins what could have been a historic ending. It ruins what could have been like as cool a 90-second ending as we get in Super Bowls. And it's not the reason Philly lost. Philly lost because they couldn't get off the field. But to call that penalty in that moment after 57 minutes of not doing ticky-tacky, and that's my thing with everybody was like, well, Danny held him. Guys, I got eyeballs. I'm aware of that. I can see that there is a tug of the jersey. I could literally go through every single play in that game and say, well, there's that same tug. There's the same tug, guys. You know, I saw it on A.J. Brown. I said it in we called the game for international. He called a slant right at the end of the first quarter, and I was like, man, he does a nice job of fighting through the jersey tug there. They didn't throw it then, and I guess my whole at the end of the day issue, and I did this on Get Up, was receivers, and if any of them are honest, they know. Like they know when they get tugged, when they get pulled, when they get ripped, and they get up and are animated. And I showed how Juju did that in the first quarter on a non-call on 3rd down against Bradbury. So you mean to tell me that on 3rd and 8 with 2.5 to go in the Super Bowl, that Juju felt a tug twice by Bradbury and the ball gets incomplete and he's got no animation? He doesn't do anything to the official to go, where's the flag? It ruined what could have been a really cool ending.
You can't argue with that that kind of breakdown right there from Dan Orlovsky here on the next round. Jalen Hurts, they lose the game, but we watched Jalen his years at Alabama up close and personal, that 1 year at Oklahoma, even in the pros. What'd you think of the way he was throwing the ball in that game? Was that his best passing game ever?
Oh, yeah. Best game I've ever seen. I've seen Jalen take every snap from college football in the NFL. There was a couple plays where I had to cover my mouth and slap Louis Riddick on the shoulder and be like, oh my gosh. You know, like he throws a crossing route to Dallas Goedert versus man coverage that if it's 2 inches off, it's probably picked. The 3rd and 14 corner/out route that he throws over L'Jarius Sneed, 90 out of 100 times is an interception. Shouldn't throw the football. Not a good decision. Ridiculous throw. Even the touchdown pass to A.J. Brown, perfect. I mean, perfect. So, yeah, the best I've seen him throw the football, it was that's another part of the disappointment of the flag. You know, we don't get to see it. And if you're Philly, you're devastated because, gosh, man, to have a performance like that not equal a Super Bowl win is tough. But you got to feel so good about what he has become as a player.
Dan Orlovsky with us, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Don't forget to visit MyBookie.ag and use code NEXTROUND to get that bonus when you sign up. Look, I don't know football, but I watch enough to know. I watch enough to know Andy Reid knows his way around a red zone. Is that the best red zone play caller of all time?
Yeah, red zone play caller of all time? Yeah. I mean, Patrick had 31 touchdown passes this year inside, I think, the 5-yard line. I mean, it's remarkable, the creativity. I mean, if Andy Reid is not the second best offensive mind in the history of the NFL, I got to know who is, because it's probably Bill Walsh, 1, and then Andy Reid, 2. You know, I guess Coryell could probably be in that conversation, but the way that he sees football, understands and connects the dots of how things happen, and puts people, we say this on live, Marcus actually coined it, like he just puts you in a spin cycle, man. He puts you in a friggin' blender. And he's tremendous at what he does. Part of the reason why those guys are trending to be Hall of Fame players, Kelsey and Patrick, but probably the second best offensive mind in the history of football.
Jalen was so close to winning his first Super Bowl. Who is that next young quarterback to win their first Super Bowl?
Yeah, great question. I think that I'd probably put Trevor and Herbert into that conversation right now. The solidity of their coaching staffs, the talent that is around them. I still think that they're surging towards becoming the talent, at least physically, that they have, to peaking at it or reaching it. I think you could put into that conversation Lamar, if he goes and stays in Baltimore. Really good team. I love the hire of Monken. We'll see if he stays there, or, signs a franchise tag or whatnot. I would probably put those guys as the top 3 likeliest in the league.
What about Burrow and Allen?
Oh, Burrow, yeah. Burrow and Allen. I feel like those guys are so good. I feel like they've already won one.
It does seem like that. And Allen's never even been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I want you to try to take that line of thinking into his negotiations with Mike Brown. Listen, it seems like Joe's already won one, so let's pay him like a Super Bowl champion.
You know what? Then it makes me think of anybody in the NFC, because God bless the Kansas City Chiefs, man, and Patrick ain't going anywhere. I mean, I got to put those two guys into that conversation. Obviously, I think if I had to pick one, I'd probably pick Joe right now. Just I have such a trust and belief in Joe. I think the world of Josh as well. They're both tremendous players. Now those two guys, absolutely. So those four in the AFC, Lamar, Herbert, Josh, and Joe are probably up there. And then did I say somebody in the NFC? I'm trying to think.
No, but I mean, Hurts is kind of obvious, right? I guess.
Hurts, yeah, he's obviously in that conversation. I don't think there's anybody else in the NFC right now that you're jumping at.
113 million people on average watching the Super Bowl. Everybody in America has a favorite NFL team. I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. Have been since I was a little bitty kid, and now we're in quarterback transition. Should I be begging? Should I be like praying at night for David for Carr? Should I want Carr from the Raiders? Do I have a shot? Does it seem like a lot of people want him? What's my quarterback future like in Tampa?
Yeah, I think as it sits right now, and I'm not a Cap person, and I don't pretend to be. Like, I just think it's probably a tear down rebuild in Tampa for that. Like, I know people are saying Tampa and the Saints, and Derek's probably going to get cut, so he gets to pick his team. They're $50 million over the cap. The Saints are 55. So it's not like, sure, in a vacuum, great, go. But what's that team actually going to look like once you have to sign your deal to go be their quarterback? Yeah, I just think financially, if you're Derek Carr, right now the Bucs look good, but do the Bucs look good if you can't keep, a Mike Evans? Maybe not as much. Or do the Bucs look good if you can't keep a Vita Vea? I think that Tampa's probably a rebuild at that spot.
I think you can make the argument that Aaron Rodgers technically is the best quarterback we've ever seen. If he was to go to the Jets in that loaded AFC with quarterbacks, where he is right now in his career, where would you put him? I know that's another one of these difficult on-the-fly questions, but, when you've got Mahomes and Burrow and Allen and Trevor Lawrence – and, hell, who else am I forgetting? Justin Herbert. Where does he rank?
I think the Jets are a playoff team with Aaron Rodgers, unquestionably. And where does he rank? He's below Patrick. He's below Josh. He's below Joe. I'd probably put him at fourth in that conference. He's not that far ahead right now of what Justin and Lamar could be and/or Trevor. But he probably would slot fourth as a quarterback.
Damn, there's a lot of good quarterbacks.
It's murderer's row, man. It's murderer's row. I remember when Brady was a free agent going to leave New England in 20, and I was like, get out of the AFC. You're not making it to the Super Bowl. And I think if I was a Carr, if I was a Garoppolo, if I was Rodgers, I'd be like, man, how can I live in the NFC? Because there's really one team that we say definitively is a problem, and that's Philly right now. San Francisco is tremendous. I love them. We got to see what their quarterback is.
The Tua Tagovailoa slander in this segment is offensive to me.
I'm Team Tua. I love Tua.
I hadn't heard Stafford. I mean, your boy Stafford, I knew you were wearing jerseys last year.
Yeah. Stafford, I got to see what Matthew's elbow's like.
Here's what I would love, Dan. I would love to somehow trade Stafford, get Lamar in that offense with Sean McVay. How good would Lamar be in that offense?
I think Lamar would be good in the offense that the high school down the street runs for the local town. Then there's no way the Rams could afford Lamar. Their salary cap's a disaster. I would say that I would imagine that teams are entertaining trying to call the Rams for Matthew, just because their salary cap is such a problem. I don't know if they could afford a good enough team with Matthew at quarterback right now because the money that's committed.
Your boy Stafford, I just saw you bought a house that's got a vineyard out back. It makes 300 bottles of wine a year.
I like good wine.
He can afford it.
I know.
He's a loser.
All right, Dan Orlovsky, next time we'll see him at a game. It'll be a college game, I assume. I am projecting you, Dan, South Carolina, North Carolina, week 1 in Charlotte. That's my projection for you and Bob would choose.
Ooh, is that who kicks that off? What's the sponsor of that one?
Is that the Duke's Mayo?
I think they do a preseason and postgame. Duke's Mayo.
Yeah, I called that one. I think 3 years ago. Sam Howell's first game.
Okay.
I'm in on that one. I love that one, and I'm a huge Beamer guy. So
yeah, we love Beamer. He's come on the show. He's fantastic. So yeah, that's
he's a stud.
That's my projection for Dan. Watch him. South Carolina, North Carolina, week 1. Dan, thank you so much.
I like that one. You want to know why I like that one?
Why's that?
Nonstop flight home.
Good airports, baby.
I sadly have you at the Alabama Middle Tennessee State game, Dan. That's where I have you. So.
No way.
Is that at Middle Tennessee State?
No.
That's
Dan,
not bad if it is.
Dan.
You're 20 minutes from Nashville.
Alabama wouldn't play Middle Tennessee State in baseball at their place. Come on. Football? Come on.
I played Middle Tennessee State in football once, too. They blew our doors off. We were so bad. Gosh, I don't want that one. Give me Carolina.
Carolina. The Battle of the Carolinas for Dan and Bob Wachusa. Dan, thank you so much for the time. Always great talking with you. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, buddy. Take care. Dan Orlovsky with us, courtesy of MyBookie.ag, code next round. Don't forget that deposit bonus when you sign on and use code next round. You bet it one time, it belongs to you. A lot of places will give you a sign-on bonus. You got to bet it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times before it is yours, not at MyBookie.ag. One time and one time only. There is no fine print, guys. One time only. It is yours. MyBookie.ag, code next round for that. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Lance nailed that Auburn, Missouri line tonight. He's got Bama. Right now, 2.5. Bediako would maybe affect that. It wouldn't affect that. Now 2.5. Whoa, Dunaway grumbles.
Playing a Rick Barnes team on the road, you need all the Bediakos you can suit up.
I don't disagree. I just don't think it's going to affect them.
Yeah, so Lance projected that at Bama 2.5. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
All I know is I'm glad you did not take me on the Tennessee money. I mean, the state bet, because you'd be belly aching today that I had Tennessee in a money line with Bediako on crutches.
Whoa. Now clarify that. Bediako's not on crutches.
Oh, no, excuse
By
me.
the way, and you told me.
We were talking about the rumors.
You told me I've still got time to decide on this.
That was yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why you'd be more afraid today without Bediako.
No, I'm just saying Tennessee on the money line. Yeah, I'd take Tennessee on the money line still.
I'm still deciding.
You would still with if Bediako really is hurt and he doesn't play. I mean, you're walking at that point into...
No, but I think this kind of washes the whole number one getting upset now with a big injury loss.
I mean, Rick Barnes teams, man. They're anybody more physical than Rick Barnes teams over the years?
Oh, no. They're number one in defense. Alabama's number 5, though. It's not like Alabama's a slouch defensively.
I mean, this is a tough game. Everybody healthy.
Number 6. I'm sorry. Alabama's number 6.
Give me the difference in Alabama's offense to Tennessee's offense.
On KenPom, Alabama is 13, and Tennessee is probably not as bad as you would think, Lance.
I bet it's in the 70s.
They're 51. Okay. That's what I'm saying. When you look at it, you think it's going to be worse, and they're only 51. Let me see who I could put that here. Let me see who that puts them in the neighborhood of just a motor comparison real quick.
Why you do that? We'll continue
UAB.
the conversation. With UAB?
Yeah, UAB's 50th on KenPom. Yep.
Ooh.
Don't you view those two offenses differently?
I do. That's the impact of without Jelly for a long time.
Yeah, probably so. There's a little bit of that. I mean, Arkansas is 57th.
A little more basketball here in a second, but who knows what that game will look like. Tomorrow night, we'll wait and see what Nate Oates tells us later on today at his news conference, getting ready for that game. In fact, in a few minutes at news conference, wait for an update there if there is any on any injuries from practice yesterday, which has been a big buzz with you guys in the chat room today. But you never really know what's going on up on your roof either, do you? Unless you get up there and look. Well, don't get up there and look. Let my buddy Greg from Pell City get on your roof and give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. Free. Absolutely no cost, no obligation. You call up Storm Restoration Roofing right here, 205-542-3531. That's Greg's cell number. 205-542-3531. If he doesn't answer, just leave a message. He'll get back to you. You can also look him up, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Contact him that way if you don't want to talk to him or text him. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned. That means local crews to take care of you when you have storm damage. He's done great work for years. Insurance companies trust him. That's how good of work he does for you and for them. And he loves to get back to the community, like special offers for active service people, reservists, and veterans of the U.S. military. Some offers with pipe jack boots and flashing and gutters and other free services he has for the veterans and active military personnel, just to say thank you for your service to the country he loves so much. It's Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or look him up, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. All right, trash coming up in just a second. You called this before everyone else started calling this, but as we get ready for our bracket challenge coming up and a chance to win Chuck's Bucks, which we'll tell you about in just a second, Miami becomes a very dangerous team when you're filling out a bracket, because I don't think the ACC is any good.
I don't disagree. I mean, compared to past years, yes, the ACC is way down.
But, we had 2 ACC teams in the Final Four last year, and North Carolina was sort of in a yuck place, and then they got in the tournament and ran all the way to the national championship.
You've got 2 legit teams in this conference.
But Miami is they're veterans. They're very athletic, and they go into a place last night, beat North Carolina in North Carolina when North Carolina really needed that win. How dangerous is Miami? You called it a couple of weeks ago that was a team to look out for.
Well, I mean, you watch them last year in the tournament, and they get hot. Look, they're well coached. Jim Larinaga is a guy that's been to a Final Four before. Isaiah Wong is one of your National Player of the Year finalists. You've got really, really good guard play. I mean, 3 guards that average over 13 points per game. Miami's a really good – I mean, Miami and Virginia are 2 legit Final Four teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a time machine, their last 3 wins would blow you away if you had a time machine. Duke, Louisville, North Carolina. That's their last 3 wins. I mean,
that's right.
Historically, that's been one heck of a run for an ACC team. This year, not so much. But, yeah, they're not a great defensive team, but, boy, they can play on the offensive end. I mean, they score some points. They're the type of team in the tournament that if you have a bad offensive night, they're going to score points. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know what kind of seed Miami would be looking at right now because, to your point, the ACC is what some are calling the worst it has been in modern basketball.
I think
the worst ACC we've seen.
Probably a 4 or 5.
Yeah.
They've only got 1 bad loss the entire year. I mean, all their other losses are, respectable losses at Pitt by 3, at Duke by 2, overtime in NC State, another ranked team.
At Georgia Tech's their bad loss.
Yeah, that's their bad loss.
Yep.
And they lost to Maryland.
Then everybody gets one of those, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, Alabama, I think, at the end of the year, you're going to look back at that Oklahoma loss.
I still don't get that. That shows you how good the Big 12 is. Again, Oklahoma runs Alabama out of the gym. They are dead last in the Big 12 standings, and Alabama is your number 1 team nationally.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to look back on that and say, what in the world happened there?
Listen, like Twitter and social media is hard at times for people. Like earlier today, I tried to retweet or send out the entire Nate Oates interview from yesterday on our show. And as I copied the link off our YouTube channel, an ad started playing. So apparently I copied the link to a training of the ad was for get in better shape by dancing. And it's a shirtless guy as the thumbnail.
Is that why you danced last night?
No, but this was this morning as I was sending this out.
Yeah, but now you've seen that shirtless guy.
So the tweet goes out, and the link and the thumbnail is a shirtless guy, and it's like our full Nate Oates interview from the next round yesterday. And that's out briefly, and I quickly turned that down and then got the proper link on there. So it's not easy. When we come back right before trash, I will tell you a quick back it up Terry moment from Oklahoma State involving the Super Bowl.
Put it in reverse, Terry,
because they sure did it. But LT, explain to us what we're about to do with Chuck's Bucks over the next few weeks, and you're going to start hearing and seeing more about Chuck's Bucks and your chance to win Chuck's Bucks here over the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, so it'll just be it's a bracket challenge. You'll get a bracket, you'll fill it out, and you're going to have an opportunity to win Chuck's Bucks. Some other great prizes out there from our friends at Redmont Vodka, from walk-ons, maybe even here on the next round, some of our gear. So looking forward to that, but it's all brought to you by Redmont Vodka. You can go on and go online. You can scan the QR code. We'll send that out, and then you'll get a reminder. You can't obviously fill out your bracket yet until Selection Sunday, but you're only going to have a few days to do it between Sunday and early Thursday morning. So we'll give you a reminder on that. But remember, Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. The fastest growing distillery in Alabama is Redmont, and there it is right there. If you're watching us right now, Charles Barkley's Final Pour bracket. Brought to you by the Next Round at Redmond Vodka. There's the QR code. You can scan it, go on and register, and we'll send you a reminder. It's that easy.
All right, so go ahead. You can go ahead and scan that QR code now. Scan that QR code now and save your spot in our bracket challenge. And we'll start filling that up now, and we'll send you a reminder when it's time to fill out your bracket. How about that? You can start signing up for March Madness right now with our friends at Redmond Vodka. Trash is on the other side. Hang in there with us right here on TNR.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
By the way, Cowan Equipment poll questions out. My friend Logan's getting married this weekend. Valentine's Day today. Your anniversary is going to be Saturday. I mean, that's a pretty tight grouping there of Valentine's and wedding. Is it a good move, like LT said, so you can blanket it together, or is it a bad move having such two big things, anniversary and Valentine's Day, so close together for the near future? How's the polling going, Brown?
Well, right now, 62% say he's making a good idea. 38% call it a mistake. Kurt says mistake. You should have waited one more week. Combine anniversaries with Valentine's. Still easily obtain flowers and dinner reservations a full week beyond the holiday.
Travis says my anniversary is February 23rd and wife's birthday is in March 1st. I get triple whammied every year.
Yeah, time. That's tough. The way I look at that, though, is, boy, you get them all out of the way pretty quick there, and then all you got to worry about is Christmas.
Ken says my anniversary is next week, so we don't do anything for Valentine's Day. So he says good move right there. You can go vote at Next Round Live on Twitter. While you're there, so many of you watch our show and have not followed us yet on Twitter. So go and give us a follow on Twitter. And if you haven't subscribed as you watch us on YouTube, subscribe to us. Give us a thumbs up as well. Comment, whatever you need to do. It helps us out. And in the long run, that helps you out.
That's right.
You're
the big winner there, really.
Help us help you. No, help you. Help us help you. You know what I'm saying.
Help us help you make yourself better.
You complete me.
People helping people.
Yes.
Yeah, people helping people.
The Bar Handlon Body Double.
Woodhouse Day Spa is a way to help out on a day like this today. I mean, even right now, as we sit here at 11:27 Central in the middle of our live show, if you have not gotten your wife or girlfriend or significant other
Just read that, Dunaway. I just got this email from Stuart and the gang over there.
It says,
Dear Lance,
it's not too late.
It's not too late. Instantly printable gift cards available online.
Instantly. That is what I need.
You don't have to go?
Don't have to go.
You don't even have to go?
Don't have to go.
Oh.
Wife or girlfriend can, I mean, you can say you got this a month ago. They're not going to know the
Instantly printable and online, the two key phrases in that sentence.
Oh, yeah,
my goodness.
You don't have to leave. You're in the office, you print it at work, you take it home. You don't even have to get flowers on the way. Go to birmingham.woodhousespas.com. That's birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Over 70 different services they offer up there. It is Birmingham's best day spa. And again, it was voted America's best day spa since 2009 every single year. Order that special person gift online right now. Again, online and printable 24/7, birmingham.woodhousespas.com. But if you want to drop by, you can. Woodhouse Day Spa located at the Summit Shopping Centers. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you.
And you guys have listened to the show long enough. Maggie doesn't pat me on the back a ton. But 2 years ago, 2 Christmases ago now, I gave her Woodhouse Day Spa. And I doubled down again this year. And she literally hugged me when she came back from Woodhouse Day Spa the second time. And it was her favorite gift this year because she knows she gets to go again a couple of times over the course of the year. I don't get a lot of pats in the back in my house. And you watch the show, you know I usually don't deserve them. But Woodhouse Day Spa, big win.
Couples massage, too. I've never done it.
Yep.
I've heard from different people. They really, really enjoy that. But if
she would choose to have someone else in the room with her other than me, but, whatever.
Would you rather have Harry Styles in there?
Who wouldn't, right?
Harry Styles.
All right. So we've done a lot today here on the show. But Oklahoma State, I don't know if you were paying attention to the Super Bowl. Before the Super Bowl, everybody's talking about the turf, man. Innovative. A patented new Tahoma 31 grass that they had developed at Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State even sent out a tweet bragging about the turf that was going to be played on. The Super Bowl is being played on Oklahoma State turf grass. See what ESPN has to say about the special variety of turf. That's the tweet they're showing you right now. Pre-game. Well, guess what Oklahoma State did yesterday?
They put it in reverse, Terry.
Back it up, Terry. Oklahoma State sends out a tweet, says, yes, our scientists developed the Tahoma 31, a patented new grass. We had no role in putting together the turf, the growing of the turf, or the maintenance of the turf. We developed the grass, but we had no role in the way that grass played on Sunday.
I mean, doesn't Oklahoma State play on artificial turf? Why are we depending on them for our Super Bowl grass? If they were that good, wouldn't their field be real grass?
Exactly.
Yeah.
When are we going to learn that if we want to play on good grass, come to a good SEC ag school?
Like Auburn.
Auburn has
good real grass. Mississippi State, good real grass.
Auburn has great grass all the time.
Texas A&M, good real grass, right?
Yep.
Yeah, come to an ag school in the South.
Yeah, come to a football conference.
That's right, number one.
Right? That's not going anywhere, not a Big 12 conference to get your patented Tahoma 31. Just come get good Southern football. You know what we call it? We call it a football field here. We don't call it the Tahoma 31. It sounds like a damn truck.
I mean, Vanderbilt and Missouri, who a lot of people don't even count in this conference when it comes to football, are the only ones with sports.
Listen,
right?
I mean, with all due respect to every school in the SEC, the vast majority of the great golf courses in this country are managed by a graduate of Mississippi State.
Yeah.
So just go to Mississippi State. If they can get good golf courses right, they can get your Super Bowl grass right.
Come get you some SEC grass, right? Yep. By the way, a T-shirt comment LT made earlier. What was it? It was.
Did you write it down?
I did. It was about other people scoring. I can't remember. Other people scoring. I can't remember what it is now.
I thought you said you wrote it down.
I did, but I can't read my writing.
I
got to go back. I got to go find. I thought it was a great T-shirt because LT was saying, "Oh, it was about. What's it about? Oh, it was working the day after." You were doing it so other people. You knew you were going to have to work day off of the Super Bowl. What was your phrase? You said, "It's not even for me. It's about other people."
Yeah, it's for. I mean, I don't know exactly how I worded that.
That was a great T-shirt.
Lunsford, can we get that in the store
I'm
this
sure,
afternoon?
Dunaway, if you can go back and pull 4 downs from Friday, I'm sure you can find it.
Well, that was for a steak. But I will go back. I will go back and do it. Let's do trash. It's brought to you by Mortgage Right.
Bag up, Terry. What in reverse, Terry? What in reverse? Oh, Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What you doing, Terry?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began as a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being. They can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every single step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned and operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. We've made it our mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Here's the quote. I read my writing now. LT said, "I'm going to have to work Super Bowl Monday anyway. I only think it should be a holiday so that, quote, other people should get off. Other people should get off. Not me. Other people should get off." Great T-shirt.
Lance is a giver.
He's a giver, man, on this Valentine's Day.
And y'all said I had a heart of stone.
I did yesterday. Lance, can I put it in reverse, Terry?
Yeah,
can I
sure.
track that back?
Sure,
Sorry,
sure.
man. I apologize. Do you accept my apology?
Of course.
Thank you.
Sports betting market has multiplied tenfold in 3 years and may have reached $7 billion last year. More than half the nation now legally can gamble on sports. 50 million Americans are expected to bet on the upcoming Super Bowl. 5 years ago, betting on live games was illegal in most of the U.S. Supreme Court ruling in 2018 removed the ban and transformed the industry. Now 33 states and the District of Columbia allowed to wager on games. It is ridiculous where we sit in this state. We cannot legally wager. I can't take my money and legally wager on a game. We're all doing it anyway. Why can't we tax this and make some money off this for everyone?
MyBookie.ag code next round, Lance.
Yeah.
Come on. What's the lady's name in charge?
Kay Ivey.
Come on, Kay.
Well, it's just ridiculous. What it shows you, and look, we know how corrupt politics is. People are getting paid. There's nobody that now looks on gambling like it's the original sin.
I'm with you, man. I don't care.
According to Leah Nauer, who's a professor and director for the Center of Gambling Studies at Rutgers, quote, "Gambling is a very different addiction from drugs or alcohol. If I'm drunk or high, at some point my family's going to figure it out. With gambling, be sitting with my kids watching cartoons and gambling away my house, my car, everything I own on my mobile phone. How would you know? Yeah, but you know what? You can do this with an illegal bookmaker, too.
Yeah,
and by the way, you don't have to put the money up front.
But there are a lot of people that have drug problems that their family has no clue about. I don't think she's right about that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a weak argument there.
Yeah.
And there again, look, I'm a grown man. There are a lot of things we allow in this country that have negative consequences. Why we've decided to draw the line at that one and allow the other ones, I'll never know.
Yeah, the reason for this article is addiction experts fear the next opioid crisis. They're comparing gambling to that. Look, people have addictions to everything.
That's right.
To sodas, to French fries.
Yes.
Sex. I mean,
yes, Lance.
You know, hey, look.
Hats, shirts, shoes.
If you can't handle it, you can't handle it.
That's right. Golf.
Anyway, we need to legalize gambling. And I'll throw in weed there, too. I think that'd be good for everyone. I got a 48-year-old Russian man.
As LT would say, everybody else get off and everybody else get high.
48-year-old Russian man from Ruza, a town in Moscow, the Moscow region of Russia, was arrested a few days ago after allegedly being tricked into throwing a Molotov cocktail.
Okay, I'll do it this one time.
At a bank in the Russian capital.
Throw this.
Now, once detained, the man, whose name wasn't disclosed for privacy reasons, told police, I think you lose privacy once you throw a Molotov cocktail.
I mean, generally there are going to be consequences, yes, repercussions to your actions.
Anyway, they introduced themselves as a rep from Russia's largest bank, began telling him that the man's account had been linked to suspicious activity. The bank representative convinced 48-year-old that the scammers were trying to steal his funds. Best way to keep them safe would be to transfer them him to secure accounts overseen by bank employees. Now, after a few days of the initial contact, the man transferred all of his savings, around $22,000, into several accounts provided by the alleged bank representative. After already obtaining the scam man's money, the fraudsters went one step further in their fraud ploy. They convinced the victim the only way to expose the scammers who were trying to steal the man's money was to set fire to the branch. They even gave the Russian detailed instructions on how to build the Molotov cocktail. Now, the good news is, by the time he got there to throw it in, there were no customers.
Oh, it is good news. Yeah.
Yep.
I saw this guy on TikTok that was, he was a scammer. He was running these bank scams, and it was the police interview of the guy. And what they do is they go into the bank, and they've got a fake ID. They got like Jim Dunaway's name, but my photo, my height, my weight, my everything else, right? They've stolen your name.
It's exactly what the Chinese are doing
with TikTok
with your information.
So they go in Dunaway's bank, and they're like, hey, I need to deposit this $20 check, but I have completely forgotten my account number, in hopes that they'll deposit the check and give you the account number. Now I got Dunaway's name and account number, so I'm gold. So this guy gets popped, and his story, his alibi was like, this guy pulled up in this car, and he handed me this driver's license and told me to go in and deposit this check for him. And the cop is like, so this guy just randomly found you and handed you a driver's license with your photo and your exact height and weight on it.
A needle in a haystack right there.
you want me to believe that story? The guy's like, I know it sounds crazy. And the cop's like, yeah, it sounds crazy, all right.
How often are you watching TikTok?
I watch a little bit of it every day. Well, it's primarily golf, food, animals attacking other animals in the wild, and occasionally like just random other videos, and that was one of the random other ones.
Okay, so speaking of identity theft, a Russian woman living in New York City has been found guilty of attempting to murder her doppelganger in a bizarre identity theft plot.
There's one too many of us here.
Nazarova tried to kill beautician Olga Tzvika in 2016.
If the one on the right.
I like the one on the right.
The one on the right's the original, I hope.
No, the one on the right's got to be the original. The one on the left's got the crazy eyes.
She does have crazy eyes, I would agree.
Yeah, so do you know which one's which? Victoria, I'm going to say, is on the left, and Olga's on the right.
I have no idea. Rocky found this story.
Well, anyway, lady survived when she returned from the hospital, found her identity documents had been stolen. She will be sentenced next month. Is facing 25 years in prison.
Somewhere she'll have an attorney in court that says, we object that she's our doppelganger.
They say at the time the pair looked quite similar with dark hair and the same skin complexion. I mean, they look similar.
Yeah.
I mean, enough. I mean, if again, going back to Brown's bank story, if one of those shows up with the other's ID,
okay, I'll deposit the check.
Anyway, she's murdered before. She's accused of killing her neighbor in 2015. Stole her life savings. She's also been accused of drugging and robbing U.S. men she met on dating websites. I want to know which one's which.
The one on the left looks like
she's got to be
like a Disney character of the one on the right. Like the one on the left gets paid to walk around Disney dressed up as the one on the right.
Yeah. So the one on the left has got crazy eyes, and she is really bad at makeup.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I wish we could find out which is which.
We'll never know.
Tyler, if you can, that'd be great. McDonald's. Burger giant McDonald's has said it will remove a tasteless sign opposite a crematorium in Cornwall after the unfortunate coincidental placement was pointed out by Cornwall Live, although the advertising hoarding has caused some people to laugh while driving by.
Crematorium to the left, McCrispy's to the right.
It is upset a lot of grieving families. The sign advertising the fast food chains McCrispy Burger is right next to the crematorium sign.
I mean, but who... Nobody goes to the crematorium with their family member.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're being it's easy for me to say it's not my dead family member, but I feel like you're being a little bit overly sensitive here. Yeah.
I mean, the cool thing is you can drop that off at the crematorium and you can go eat.
Crispy.
I would tell you this though: why do we need a sign for the crematorium? Anyone going there is gonna.
That's a good point, Jim.
Gonna know how to get there.
Yeah,
it's part of their business plan.
You follow the smell to either one, right?
Looks like an old sign though.
It does. That McCrispy looks pretty good though.
And that's actually a burger?
I don't think so. It's a chicken sandwich, right?
It's a chicken sandwich.
I think they call it a burger because it's over in the UK. I think they call everything a burger over there.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good-looking sandwich, though. Would you eat that?
I'd give it a shot.
Got a lot of mayonnaise on it, it appears. I'd back off on that a touch.
I'm not a big lettuce on my burger or sandwich. I mean, it's got to be
Really?
good.
Oh, I
it's
like
got to be good lettuce. Like,
yeah. Well, it's got to be crispy and new.
That's
I don't
right.
like that rubbery bad lettuce.
And so I always opt for no lettuce on my sandwiches and or burgers because I feel like it's a gamble. It could be crappy lettuce and it's going to ruin the sandwich.
Well, not only that, it could be, I think one of the bigger causes of food poisoning is lettuce.
Lettuce, yeah.
Yeah, because people are pissing on it.
I got an update on the cheesecake poisoning.
Yeah.
The woman on the left and the woman on the right, same person.
Ah.
It's the murderer, the person who tried to poison the cheesecake.
That's quite a twist right there. Tyler comes back and says the same people.
There's no way it's the same person.
According to Tyler. You doubt Tyler?
I don't know how they're the same person. I mean, we were talking about two different girls.
I am,
doppelgangers.
Far more interested on you saying that people are urinating on our lettuce.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is well known, apparently.
I've had restaurant people tell me that.
That what? They pee on the lettuce in the back?
No, like people that are like picking the lettuce, whatever.
Right.
Picking the heads of lettuce.
So you just go to the bathroom, the workers who are picking the lettuce.
Well, yeah, but you
go to the
wash it
bathroom.
before you eat it.
Well, you hope people do, but you don't always thoroughly get it washed.
When you had a 16-year-old Dunaway in the back of a chicken restaurant, you think he's really going to wash your lettuce? Finally, I got some good tweets for you guys.
Did you pee on lettuce, Jim?
I tried. It went over. Ended up hitting the snap peas.
How about this one?
What?
Ironically,
these are good tweets. Good tweets.
Yeah.
I like to spend my Valentine's Day outside of a nice restaurant shouting, well, you moved on pretty quickly, to random couples walking in. Here's another one. My grandmother tells everyone that I fix phones because one time I took her phone off silent mode.
Little Johnny fixes phones.
I like this next one. People owe me money. I put the amount in their contact name in my phone. Example, Chris Smith, $72.
That's not the worst idea in the world. Now, I'm rarely in a somebody owes me money situation.
You have sent me contacts before.
I have.
No, LT has.
Lance has the weirdest contacts.
He does. Like he sent me.
No, you just save them weird.
He
sent
me
don't
one.
do the name.
Yeah, sometimes you put everything on one line and not two lines, like first name, last names. Everything is on one line.
I think Larry David got this from me because we went through my phone back in like 2005. I mean, I'll give you an example of some of the contacts, and I don't think it's that weird.
Like some of the ones you've sent me, one has a $sign, one has 3 exclamation points.
Like Josh Alabama. You guys probably
I do know who that is, but that's kind of weird to me. Yeah.
Alley Insurance.
I don't know who Alley Insurance is.
Amanda Hibbett.
Yeah.
Amanda Promo.
So fast forward to me, I call up, hey, is Amanda Promo there?
No, it happened. It legit happened to me. Like, so I'll give you a perfect example. Our friend Ken West.
Yep.
Who runs
Walk-Ons
10 on 280.
Yep.
And for years, I've known Ken a long time. I thought his last name was West, and I needed his phone number. Lance shared it with me, and it says Ken Ennis because Ken used to work at Innisfree. So I was like, my God, all this time I've been calling Ken by the wrong name.
Is this one the best?
How's he doing?
Don't know.
No, this one's the best.
And I'm like, I was arguing with somebody like Ken West at Walkers. I said, no, it's Ken Ennis. Like, no, it's Ken West. You've known Ken for a long time. I said, yeah, I used to get his name wrong too.
I gotta hold on. It doesn't necessarily always pop up the way you do it. That's the best one.
Oh, you know what? They put that in my phone like that.
They put it in the phone like that?
So I gave them the phone, and that night they put it in like that. Yeah, so that's not on me.
It's like, hello.
I got to follow up on that, though.
That's Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, did the new year add to your financial uncertainty? Let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, there is no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham or Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right, several things in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. First, Jace, I don't understand how Molly puts up with you. He says, I used to put Tinder or Bumble beside the girl's name if I met them on an app.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So
why does this number say Fred Grinder?
So for a while, I thought it was Molly Tinder. Is that what you're telling me, Jace? Rob W., I met a girl with, we'll say, large assets. So in my phone, she's Sarah HT.
Wow. I got that figured out.
And then Lunsford's running a money scam over there in the Vulcan Tire chat room. He says, everyone here gives me $1. I'll have blank number of dollars over here at John Luntz, J. Luntz on Venmo.
Well, he said because Patrick says some people put Venmo or PayPal info in their Twitter or Instagram bios.
Right.
Does that work? Does somebody look at my Twitter and is like, oh, I think I'll send Brownie $25?
I can't believe, like, I don't know about you. I've never sent somebody randomly something on Venmo.
No.
Like I saw I just married the other day right down the street here, and it had their Venmo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, cars? Right?
Yeah, I've seen that, yeah.
On the, bride's Venmo is this, husband's Venmo is this.
Yeah. And then I'll see bachelorette party, Venmo us, that kind of stuff.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right. When we come back, we'll get back into a little college football and some college basketball. Big news, Todd Monken's now the OC of the Ravens, and Mike Bobo has ascended to OC of the Georgia Bulldogs, two-time national champs. We'll talk about that and a lot more as we move through the final hour of the show right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Great news for some, not for most people who watch this show. After I tell you about our friends at Champy's Chicken, they bring you this hour every day. Sterling and his crew, champyschicken.com. It's that time of day where I ask the guys what they would want at Champy's Chicken if we were there right now. LT, I'll start with you. If we were at Champy's Chicken right now, you always start with the Mississippi Delta tamales.
Tamales and coleslaw.
Coleslaw. And
Yeah.
it's a staple.
You know what I do? I'd eat whatever I wanted, but I'd save some room for that caramel cake at the end. That caramel cake's good.
Specially made desserts.
Yes, sir.
Southern fried chickens, hand-cut chicken fingers, and a lot more. It's our friends right there at Champy's Chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is worth the drive from anywhere you're watching us. But if you're in the area, always put it on the to-do list once a week. Lunch or dinner is champyschicken.com. Next week, Brown. Next week.
All right, let me think. Next week, Jim.
Our trip got canceled.
Yeah, we're not doing that next week.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Did you not know that?
Developing
I was in the text
news.
last night.
Developing news.
Do you read your text?
He does not.
I do read the text.
Why?
I thought Still in Play was one of the weekends next weekend.
No, it could be at the end of next. We might be going Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
That's next week.
All right, so anyway.
Next week.
Next week, Jim. All right, so I'm just trying to think through this. You asked me, so it seems like it's golf related. Tiger Woods is returning to the PGA Tour this week.
That's this week.
The PGA Tour's new thing on Netflix drops tomorrow.
What makes you think it's golf related?
Well, because you started with me.
Taylor Swift, her tour kicks off next week.
Yeah, that wouldn't start with me, and I'd go to Lance.
I don't know if that's true or not.
All right,
I was just starting with you to guess, Brown.
Oh, I don't know, Jim.
You start your weight training.
I started
That's
that
tomorrow.
Started that yesterday. It's been tomorrow, 18 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Would you lift Maggie?
That started yesterday, yes.
Done.
The Michigan Wolverines start spring practice. The first major college football team out for spring practice
it'll
next
be
week.
miserable up there next week too, man.
Wow, Michigan part of 4 downs today.
Oh, wow. It's all coming together a little bit later on, 4 downs. But Michigan, one of the, I don't know if they're the first team to go out. I would imagine a lot of indoor practices coming up for Michigan. But, I mean, you have to put them in back-to-back college football playoffs. College football playoff contender Michigan on the practice field next week.
Next Wednesday, 26 of the high, and they got some snow coming. So you're going to have to work through some cold temps if you don't go with an indoor facility. Yeah. I would definitely say Michigan is certainly a Big Ten, one of the Big Ten favorites. So, yeah, they're a college football playoff
quarterback back.
Yep.
Blake Corum back. Was that a mistake on his part to come back?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think with the injury, with his size, I think there's some unknowns at the next level for Corum. But I think it was a good decision to come back because, Michigan will be a preseason top 10 team. And J.J. McCarthy is a quarterback that is getting better and better.
But, I think everybody's going to pick Ohio State. You're just programmed to do that. But Michigan's beaten them 2 straight years now. And Ryan Day is having trouble in the bigger games.
And Penn State's going to be really good.
Yeah, I think Penn State will be. They're replacing Sean Clifford.
I agree with Jay Perry over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Thank the Lord, football is finally back.
That's right. We went a whole day.
We're 2 days away. Or 2 days out.
Thank God. What a long Tuesday it's been.
How about Fox, though? I know, Lance, you didn't see any of the commercials, but Fox ran a couple. They ran a couple of USFL commercials.
Yeah.
And completely ignore the XFL. They're like,
I saw the XFL commercial, saw another one today.
The USFL, though, on the Fox, on the Super Bowl, was like, football's back in 8 months or 8 weeks or whatever it is to USFL.
This is when I'm fully dialed into college hoops, and there is zero chance I will watch any XFL next weekend.
Does that start Saturday?
Yeah, it starts Saturday.
Yeah, they've got like 4 games. They got 2 Saturday, 2 Sunday.
I got no interest.
No, I got zero interest.
I mean, zero interest as well in the XFL.
We say this all the time. I mean, they are working on this theory that after the Super Bowl, we are just starved for football. And these are 3 of the biggest football fans you'll ever find right here.
Yeah, I think even if they did, like, if you had spring games next weekend,
I would not watch. No.
Yep.
No,
I agree.
I think they're making a mistake here. I'm not sure the USFL can survive in the window they're playing in. I think the XFL is making a huge mistake playing right now.
And I don't know what the XFL is going to do. The XFL originally was a lot of show, wrestling-like show built into it originally.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that they're going to do. The USFL did also talk about real football a couple of times.
They did do that, yep.
So, we'll see how it all works out down the road. But the XFL starting this weekend. But college football back next week. Michigan's on the field. And only 1 week later, February 27th, the Auburn Tigers on the field.
As Tripp, that is an early start for Auburn, it feels like. As Tripp points out, that Michigan schedule is very forgiving. Remember, this was supposed to be the return trip for UCLA, and they canceled that because UCLA's coming to the Big Ten. The Big Ten asked them to cancel that, so they got a very soft out-of-conference schedule again.
Yep. By the way, Wade, back to the crematorium. Follow me here. Remember, it was the crematorium sign pointing one way and a McDonald's sign saying McCrispy's this way. He says, I went to the cemetery and funeral convention in Las Vegas one year for a documentary I was working on. One of the booths advertising the crematorium equipment was giving away free popcorn.
Yeah, I'll pass. Thank you. Wow. But I would like to watch that documentary, actually. I'm kind of strangely drawn to that.
3 a.m. this morning, I got up, and I just had one of those hungers middle of the night, which I never used to have. And I ended up going and getting popcorn. and some of the missed dots, the honey mustard pretzels, and mix those.
Hey, by the way,
with a Powerade
for the Super Bowl, Miss Dot's cinnamon sugar pretzels.
Oh, they're great.
Have you tried them?
Yeah, I've had them.
It's like a limited run.
But the problem is with all of Miss Dot's is
you keep it on your fingers. Yeah.
Kevin says cremation's the old way. Aquamation is where it's at these days.
What is aquamation?
I don't know. Do a little research on your machine.
That
there.
wasn't available.
Is that just throwing me in the ocean? Because at that point, we have a lot of buoys out there for a while.
Aquamation is an eco-friendly alternative to flame cremation.
Oh.
Well, why do you groan so quickly, Lance? Because it's.
Well, so am I not supposed to light an outdoor fire anymore?
It's a general process that uses water instead of fire to return a body back to Mother Nature, it says. 90% energy savings, no burning of fossil fuels, no direct emissions of harmful greenhouse gases, 20% more ash remains returned to the family. You get more ash out of it.
Oh, that process has got to take forever, though.
Is it like a slow boil?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
I mean, there's a video here. The scientific name is it's the same process that occurs as part of nature's course when a body is laid to rest in the soil. A combination of gentle water flow, temperature, alkalinity are used to accelerate the breakdown of organic materials.
Oh, so there you go. It takes 12 hours.
12 hours.
Well, how long does cremation take?
Cremation's almost immediate.
Well, but I'm dead. What do I care about time?
Aquamation process uses heated alkaline water under pressure to decompose a body into a skeleton form in under 12. I'll tell you this. No organized crime is going to use this to get rid of a body.
12 hours.
Too much behind. Yep, in 12 hours.
12 hours. The family says no to aquamation. Another T-shirt there. There you go. That is.
It's $3,500. That's expensive compared to.
How much is cremation?
Seems it'll be less. About $1,500.
Yeah, I think Chuck's was about $1,500.
Yeah, which is the way I'm going.
I love that Lance's initial objection was, it takes 12 hours. You're dead as opposed. What do
you're
you
not
care?
doing it. You're not sitting there watching the pot boil.
I mean, what's it matter how long it takes?
You're not sitting there like watching the game and you hear it go. Gotta go stir the pot.
Gotta go flip dad.
Yeah, I don't know.
Top of the hour, one more hour to go, including four downs still to come, and a lot more on Auburn's big game tonight.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we'll start this hour off, the final hour of the show. We'll get to four downs in a second, but it's a big basketball night for the Auburn Tigers as we get ready for Auburn to host Missouri this evening in what is being portrayed as a crucial game. We'll hear from Bruce Pearl in just a second. Last hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com. And we'll get into four downs and a lot more this hour, including some football news. Over there, people are talking about how the pricing on the aquamation being higher than cremation, and then how it turned quickly into how much you pay going to the vet these days. The vet can be very expensive.
Yeah.
If you have to use an emergency vet, that's where it really, really adds up.
Next level. You know, and I've heard of people that have to make a decision. You know, a dog will go in really bad shape, 50-50 whether or not the dog can make it. It's going to cost you $6,000. And some people will do the old gladiator.
Yeah.
Not going to happen.
Tough call there. And there's no real, I mean, you can't really do pet insurance. I mean, the premium.
Oh, you can.
Yeah. Can you? What are the premiums like on that, though?
I don't know. Roommate was looking into it.
Patrick says his dog is 13 now. Will not take the dog to the vet here near the end. Says playing in double overtime and going for 2.
Well, Patrick, that's awesing, man. I mean,
13's a long run.
I'd take 13 right now.
Yeah, 13's a long run.
Sad to say, but I would.
We took little Baxter his final days. He'd gone in and things was failing, and we had to put him down a few years ago. That was my dog. Every dog since then has not been my dog.
I didn't see what Michael over there says. His dog's only 3 shouldn't be happening. What happened?
He was having some. They don't know what's wrong, but that's where the conversational.
Man.
$1,100 to be evaluated overnight at the vet.
Well, good luck, Michael.
It's tough.
Yeah, man. I hope everything's well.
We're all big fans of pets around here, and also big fans of our friends at Dobel Maestro, the Maestro Dobel Tequila, right? Everybody had a little over the weekend here on the table, and just fantastic folks here. And LT used it to make, to date, the best tequila, the best margarita I've ever had. I mean, that's how good that was. It had been, usually it's a spring and summer drink for me. To have one on Super Bowl Sunday was a special treat, and it was fantastic. And it started with the tequila. Thank you for jumping in there. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first multi-aged tequila. It is fantastic. Aged in a new European oak barrel, double filter to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing.
Okay, normally you are the one that throws me one when I'm not ready. You normally have yours ready. So I thought you had your copy ready to roll, but I told you Tyler's bringing us a new case this week.
All right.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Hope I get one this time. All right, let's jump into
Please, give him 3, so shut
some
up.
phone calls. 205.
It take him 3 years to drink through.
205. So, truthfully, I think I do have a little bit left in the first bottle you gave me. 205-734-0923. We'll get to that. But Tyler, cut number 2 tonight down in Auburn, Missouri and Auburn, where Auburn's what, a 6.5-point favorite?
They are
6.5-point favorite. 6 o'clock tonight. ESPN2 are with Andy Burcham and the gang on the Auburn Network. Bruce gets asked what the Auburn Tigers need to do to maybe change these close losses into wins. Here's BP.
You're giving a little extra motivation to the team, like if you win 3 out of 4, won 4 straight, they can shave your beard or something.
No, man. Win this game, got a chance to go to the tournament. Don't win this game, we're in 6th place, 7th place, and and we have an uphill battle. That's just where we're at. We work so hard to put ourselves in a great position. We're still in a great position, and we've earned the position we've in by virtue of, our record and the quality of some of our wins. But if we don't start winning, then the NCAA tournament's not going to be available to us. So I don't need to motivate them with my beard being shaved if we win a game or two, or I'm already trying to lose weight because I'm a big boy, whatever. But hey, win or go home. That's motivation enough.
Shave your beard? Where'd that come from?
As motivation. I'll shave the beard if we get a big win against them or lose weight. He was just saying motivational tactics that you would do, as he was saying in the soundbite there. But I will tell you, it is a big game for Auburn, no doubt. They are currently, the bracketology came out yesterday, the last 4 byes. And that's safely in the tournament when your last 4 byes. But you're creeping towards those play-in games where you find teams like Mississippi State right now, who's in the tournament in a play-in game, where you find North Carolina, who's in the play-in game right now after their loss with Miami last night. It's not where you find Kentucky, who's in your first 4 out right now. So there is some sliding that's happening with Auburn basketball. Tonight's huge for them to get the win.
Yeah, I agree. And look, this is a game you're supposed to win. Missouri is playing really good basketball. You talked about. It's almost like 2 ships passing in the night. Missouri's won 5 of 6. Auburn has lost 5 of 6. We both agree Broome needs to bounce back with a big game in this spot. Missouri, a very good offensive team. I like Auburn. I don't know if I like them to cover the 6.5. I think they win the game. I think it'll be a tight game. This is where bubble watch starts, though. You lose this game and you start to watch other teams. And I don't know about Texas Tech, but Texas Tech now has won back-to-back games against Kansas State and last night against Texas.
Yeah.
And they're only 3-10 in the very difficult Big 12. But where are they right now in KenPom? Because they've got some good quad 1 wins.
Talking about Texas Tech?
Talking about Texas Tech. Yeah, Mark Adams' squad is finally starting to play good basketball.
Well, I mean, West Virginia was in the 20s and may still be after their loss last night.
Yeah, and they were 4-9.
Yeah, they were 4-9.
Texas Tech and KenPom is 63.
Okay.
Well, 63. I'll see if they're 60th in the net. That jumped them 10 points last night, by the way. 10 spots, I should say, to 60th in the net. They don't have a tournament resume.
But the Big East, when you look at the SEC, how many locks do you have right now? 2?
In the SEC?
Just 2, right?
2,
locks.
Alabama and Tennessee that with nothing else to do, yes.
The ACC, I think there's only 2 locks. NC State's close, but I think Miami and Virginia are only locks, right? When you look at the Big East has 5 locks. It's kind of crazy.
Including Creighton,
really
who's playing well.
Yeah, the thing about these next, you've got 2 quad 2 games here at Vanderbilt, or first of all, Missouri at home tonight, at Vanderbilt, and a quad 3 game against Ole Miss. So those losses hurt a little bit more than those last 3 losses would. So that's why these games have become more critical. They're not great teams, but these can be losses that weigh you down. If you're on the borderline like Auburn is, you take a quad 2 or even worse, a quad 3 loss if it's Ole Miss, and that starts to be a weight around your neck. So that's the bad news. The good news is they finished with all quad 1 games those last 3. So you have plenty of chances to erase a mistake.
Jason says next year is Auburn year. Bobby's pointing out that those 2 big recruits they got as part of the class of 2024 could be big next year, but 2024 they're going to have a roster that will compete to any they've had since Bruce has been there at Auburn. So we'll see what they do tonight. We'll see what they do next year in 2024. Is almost guaranteed to be a very big year down the road. Alabama tomorrow night at Tennessee. And we'll get into that and what Alabama, Rick Barnes is saying about Alabama just in a second after LT tells you about our friends at Bromberg's, because we still want to give you time to get by Bromberg's today. If you haven't over the last month, we've been telling you about Valentine's Day. Still time to get by Bromberg's today, their 2 locations, and find a great Valentine's gift as well.
Yeah, and let us know whenever you pop the question. I'm sure somebody out there will probably pop the question tonight, Valentine's Day, one of the big days to do that. But you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's, family-owned and operated operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. You can shop online, go to brombergs.com, or stop in and see that great staff, Mountain Brook and the Summit.
As promised, I told you Nate Oates would update us on Charles Bediako, and he has done that.
It's about the best update you could get on this. He is day-to-day, according to Nate Oates. Scott has the direct quote from Oates as he's talking to the media right now. He did have a minor knee injury in the Auburn game. He played through it. He's day-to-day. He's gotten better every day since the Auburn game. When this story started circulating last night, you heard everything from out for the season to back for the tournament to maybe back for Nashville to maybe back before the regular season ends. This is actually the best version of any of those. That it happened in the Auburn game, and he played through it in the Auburn game, and he's day-to-day and getting better. So at least you would think if he does miss Tennessee tomorrow night, he's not on the sidelines long term.
But even if you're day-to-day, even if you have a sprain and get it scoped, I'm not sure that he wouldn't call it day-to-day.
Yeah, but day-to-day is far different from maybe we'll get him back from the tournament, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, day-to-day is about the best you're going to get right there. And Alabama's really to the point. I mean, I know you'd like to get the overall number one, but you got to think big picture there. Even if it costs you a game or two, you could set Bediako and rest him, and you're still going to win the SEC.
Yeah, but the path is so much easier if you're the number one overall seed. Not that I'm not sure Alabama's ever had that. I don't think so.
No, they haven't. Yeah. But it's not easier if you're the number one overall and you sacrifice Bediako to get there. I guess that's my point.
Cut number 4, Tennessee tomorrow night for Alabama up there. It's a top 10 matchup. You're telling me Jay Billis and that number one crew will be there again?
Carl Ravitch and Jay Billis. You know, Billis is doing a lot more SEC. You know why?
Because the ESPN contract.
Well, that and the ACC. I mean, the games aren't as meaningful now, so he's getting a lot more SEC action.
Brandon Miller has gotten a lot of comparisons since he got to Alabama to who?
Initially, Paul George.
Yeah, you disagree with this comparison, but Kevin Durant.
Well, he's much shorter than Durant.
Yeah, but Kevin Durant was a lot of comparisons. So Rick Barnes coached who? Coach Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
He's now at Tennessee, so he gets asked about Brandon Miller and those KD comparisons. Here's the Tennessee coach.
People are comparing Brandon Miller to KD's year with you at Texas. Do you see any similarities between the two?
I don't think that's fair to do player comparison. I know this, that Brandon's having a great year, as is Kevin Durant. I mean, Kevin Durant won every National Player of the Year honors you can win. I mean, he's the first freshman to ever sweep them all. But Brandon Miller's got high-level game at every level. You know, I think Brandon Miller is Brandon Miller. I think Kevin Durant is Kevin Durant, and certainly Brandon Miller has made an unbelievable impact on college basketball this year and doing the things that he's good at, and obviously has a great future in this game. And I look at the Alabama team. I think they're more than worthy of being the number one ranked team in the country. They've earned it without, again, maybe should have been there before right now. And they have a great roster construction where I think everyone understands what they need. And guys play their roles. They've got the perimeter game. They've got rim protection. They've got guys that can score. They can get to the rim, throw over top, dunk the ball. And Nate Oates and his staff, they've done a great job. And again, they have more than earned the right to be the number one team in the country. And like I said, I think they probably should have been there before now.
Rick Barnes talking up Alabama as they come to town as the number one team.
If it comes down to an under-basket hook shot, Alabama's in trouble. That guy didn't miss many.
Yeah.
That's all I could focus on.
All I could focus on, though, was very predictable what an old-school coach would say about a comparison when it started
it doesn't
out.
like that. But that's fair to Brandon Miller, by the way.
Yeah, but completely got away from that and just started to talk about Alabama and how good they are.
Yeah, I mean, but that's fair to Brandon Miller to not compare him. I mean, that is an unfair comparison.
Paul says Joe Johnson. Do you remember Joe Johnson?
Oh, yeah. Joe Johnson, best days with the Suns, played at Arkansas.
It seems like Joe Johnson was thicker than Brandon Miller.
He is thicker.
Yeah.
A little bit shorter.
Because I think it was Fran Fraschilla on our show that compared him. He compared him in the game he was doing to Paul George and then doubled down on that on our show.
Yeah, I know you would take a Paul George career. I'm trying to decide if Brandon Miller would take a Joe Johnson career.
Well,
made a ton of money and was really good, but was never elite.
I take that Paul George career, just fine.
Yeah. All right, so that's basketball happening tonight down in Auburn, tomorrow night in Knoxville with those. The other big story, Todd Monken has left the Georgia Bulldogs and moved on. to the NFL. Mike Bobo is back in the league. So those are your headlines as we roll through this hour of the show. Rockstar, not here today, will not be here for the next few weeks as he starts the West Coast tour with the Black Jacket Symphony. We said goodbye to him yesterday for a few weeks. It's a bucket list item for him to get to do this West Coast tour. And so he's on a bus in Metairie, Louisiana tonight. So if you're listening down in Metairie, you can go check Rockstar out tonight. And then all the stops along the way throughout the show, you see the schedule pop up over there in the chat room. When we come back, we'll do 4 downs. Couple of things as we had to break here. Derek Jeter, who quickly moved on from the ownership group of the Marlins, is now going to be a Fox studio analyst for Major League Baseball this year.
You want me to give you my prediction on what happened there? Things weren't obviously going well with that organization.
Right.
But I think Jeter sees the money these analysts are making right now. And I think Jeter will be extremely good at this.
And just how easy it is.
Yeah.
And I wonder, too, how much, these guys travel so much in their career, and then your career is over and you're in the same town every night. I wonder how much you hunger to get back out on the road a little bit,
And that can weigh on a marriage if your marriage was predicated before on, having that space where, you're gone basically 81 nights a year.
Daniel Snyder, it seems to be holding out for one particular number to sell the Commanders. $7 billion is what he wants to sell.
Sounds fair.
Put into context. Well, it would be the largest any NFL franchise has ever gone for, and the NFL franchises have always been behind European soccer team value.
I don't know why.
According to Forbes, because of the money they produced over the years. According to Forbes, Real Madrid is the most expensive soccer team at $5.1 billion. So this would send it over $7 billion is what he's asking for the Commanders. It would be by far the most expensive NFL franchise ever.
Yeah, but I'm not certain. I don't know offhand how many have sold recently. But you let a Dallas Cowboys go on the block, or you let a LA Rams go on the block or something like that, and I think it's not going to dwarf $7 million.
I'll find in a commercial break. Forbes ranks the value for each NFL franchise right now, and the Cowboys, I think, is number one.
It is number one.
Yeah, so I'll check and see. And I think, if I remember correctly, I thought it was like $4-point-something billion, but that may have been a few years ago. I'll see if I can find the latest Forbes projection on the value of each NFL franchise. But as we all know, the value is what you can get for it.
That's right.
And Daniel Snyder has made the value $7 billion, and he may get it. Which wouldn't surprise anybody.
But if I'm a Redskins fan, I am ready for somebody to buy that organization.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's get going.
It has been a disaster.
Yep. And you're ready for a good quarterback.
Well, I like that too, yes.
A long-term quarterback. All right, 4 downs is next. Stay with us right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube @NextRound Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter @TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's @NextRound Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. This is the music you found, wasn't it, Tyler? You dance to this, Tyler? Do you have
no,
moves?
I don't dance very well.
Yeah, I don't either. Never stops me from trying, though, I'll be honest with you.
I've never seen you try to dance.
Who, Dunaway?
I'm really good, not really good, but I like to seat dance. Like, I'll give you a little.
The white man overbite.
Yep.
That's what that is.
Occasionally I'll stick my tongue out.
Yeah, white man tongue overbite.
I try to pop the gritty is what I tried to do last night in the
Boy, I
kitchen.
tell you could not have sounded whiter saying that one.
I tried to intentionally sound that way for you.
Pop the gritty.
Yeah. I tried to do that intentionally
Hey,
for
if
you.
Tom is right, the Phoenix Suns sold for $5 billion.
In 2021, Forbes the valuation of the Dallas Cowboys was $6.4 billion.
Right.
It increased 23% to 2022, the most latest valuations. $8 billion is what the Cowboys are valued at. And Daniel will get $7 million because the Patriots are at $6.4 billion. The Rams at $6.2 billion. The Giants at $6 billion. The Bears at $5.8 billion. And the Commanders already valued at $5.6 billion. Surprisingly, the Jets behind the Commanders at $5.4 billion. So the Jets, even though it's in the same place in New York, a lot less than what the Giants are, $1 billion less.
I don't know why that would be. I guess the Giants are the more popular team, but still.
Yeah, much more popular team and just, I guess, better history.
Maybe so, I don't know. But, I mean, owning an NFL franchise in a top 10 media market, that's a license to print money.
When do we get to a point where the return on investment doesn't come back?
I don't know. Those TV numbers keep going up. I mean,
a 23% increase on the value of the franchise from 2021 to 2022.
No.
That's a good investment.
No, it is. But you'll still see the stories. What did Snyder pay for them? Like $300 million?
Oh yeah, he's about to make out like a bandit.
So that's what I'm saying. I don't think you'll ever see.
No, you don't buy them to sell them now. I mean, and I don't know that you bought them to sell them then. The money's just gotten so good.
Yeah, it's almost just residual money.
That's right. Now you buy them just for the social aspect and to make some money. These guys don't lose money on these deals.
And I think the majority of us, we save for our kids' futures.
Uh-huh.
And watching
that good-looking Hunt girl.
Yeah, I think it's
good-looking Hunt girl.
Yeah, really. It's like she doesn't know what's going on, but I think she's dating the youngest Hunt, who is now the chairman, right?
Oh, I thought no, she was his daughter.
Yeah, she's the daughter. She's the daughter of Lamar Hunt, the granddaughter of Lamar Hunt.
Yeah, the daughter of Clark Hunt or whatever his name is.
There's no way she's single, though.
I believe she is single and ready to mingle, Lance.
Which, by the way, is the unbelievable reality show I should do called Hunt for Red October.
Oh, God, why? Why Red October? Makes no sense.
Because it's red. The Chiefs are red. and they play in October.
I thought
that's one of the months they play.
That's when we record the show.
I thought it looked really weird, those two together.
Well, that's her dad. Yeah.
Well, no, I get it. That's not her dad.
Clark Hunt is her dad, yes.
No, Clark Hunt. But no, the younger kid that's always in there,
Oh,
too.
I have no idea who that is.
Probably her brother or cousin.
But Gracie
damn
Hunt.
sure I'd be a second cousin with them.
Yeah.
Gracie Hunt is the 22-year-old daughter of Chiefs chairman and CEO Clark Hunt.
That's it.
She was crowned Miss Kansas USA.
He's fact-checking us.
I know.
Yeah. Packers, by the way, small market, $4.25 billion, more than the Falcons at $4 billion valuation. And I'm trying to get down to the bottom on the last one. My Buccaneers at $3.475 billion.
You're owned by some soccer guys, right?
Yeah, yeah. Number 25, the Panthers at $3.6 billion.
Jacksonville's got to be among the lowest ones.
Rockstar's Detroit Lions is 31st at $3 billion. And the Cincinnati Bengals, dead last, $3 billion.
The Bengals.
Yeah.
$3 billion. Poor guy.
Because Mike Brown is a cheapskate.
Yeah, he's cheap, but he's still got a $3 billion franchise.
And he's still sitting on it, and it went up 32%.
Well, and there's no telling what the Brown family paid for it either. I mean,
it wouldn't surprise me if it was given to them.
yes, if they ever decide to sell it, they will make a bundle. Give it to. I got an NFL franchise.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did leave the Browns. They named the team after him.
Yes.
So I tell you what, we'll keep your family name. We'll give you the franchise in Cincinnati.
I mean, it wouldn't be the craziest story in the world.
Right
no.
back then, it wouldn't surprise you.
No, you're right. I mean, this is forever ago.
4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. He has been searching the Lamar Hunt granddaughter of Lunsford.
Checking a couple of things out.
So, Lunsford, we're going to need you to come here to clear off the device again.
We're back to the first hour.
Yeah, he mistyped Hunt. Vulcan Tire brought to you 4 great locations.
It's wintertime. Do not get stuck out in the cold. Winter weather takes a toll on car batteries, so keep your car starting strong every single time with a battery check from our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter what the weather is. They are who we right here at the Next Round trust with our vehicles. Locations all across the greater Birmingham area. Tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you. Ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
LT Savers says Clark Hunt is really close to one of those names you write as a prank to a news station.
First down.
Very close. Yes.
Better chance of winning their division next year, the Packers or the Jets?
Well, you're setting us up here. Because,
Jets if they get Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. If they don't get Aaron Rodgers, they're dead last in that division.
It's whoever has Aaron Rodgers in this.
But again, the Packers, I don't believe Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Packer. It's going to be Jordan Love.
I agree. I think he retires.
I don't know where he goes.
I think he retires or he's somewhere else. Todd Downing, who was hired quietly yesterday by the Jets to be the offensive coordinator, has history coaching Derek Carr and Ryan Tannehill, which, by the way, would get Lunsford back in the fold of being a Titans fan if they got rid of Ryan Tannehill to the Jets.
Boy, if I'm a Jets fan, I end up with Tannehill.
So you say no, Lunsford? No way you're back with
I'm done.
Even if they got rid of Tannehill.
Only way I'd come back is if they moved up and drafted Bryce Young or somehow traded for Jalen Hurts, which isn't happening.
All right.
Lunsford is out.
I'm going to go Jets because I think the Jets end up with Carr, and I think that Rodgers ends up somewhere else, probably the 49ers, to make them a lock Super Bowl champion. And then
I think the Patriots are going to be dead last in your division next year.
Even if the Jets don't get Aaron Rodgers?
If they get Derek Carr. As long as they get a new quarterback.
Right. I'm here for the Jets the Patriots being dead last. You got no problem.
Jets were close to a playoff team this year with a quarterback by committee.
It just fell apart though. And Breece Hall was a bad injury for them. But you look on the other side of that with the Packers and Jordan Love. The Vikings were a 2 seed. The Lions are going to be everybody's sexy pick to contend next year. The way they finished the year this year. The Bears are still the Bears. I guess I would go Jets. I don't think either one of them wins the division.
I doubt it, but I think Green Bay is really going down.
I do too. Yeah. It's rebuild time.
Second down.
And see, it's going to be eye-opening for all the Packer fans out there because most of them don't remember what it was like before Brett Favre, right?
But you've had an NFL quarterback for 30 years, or Hall of Fame quarterback for 30 years now.
Most of my life, the Packers sucked.
Yes.
Sucked.
Okay, so better chance of happening next year. Michigan back to the college football playoff or the Eagles back to the Super Bowl?
Better chance of Michigan being back to college football playoffs. in my opinion.
Eagles are
NFC,
good. NFC looks like two teams right now.
Yeah, but you're carrying me to the Super Bowl.
Is it harder to win the NFC or the Big Ten?
NFC, because of the San Francisco 49ers.
See, I would agree it's harder to win the NFC than it is the Big Ten, so I'd go Michigan.
I mean, if you just get me to the NFC Championship game, 49ers, healthy quarterback, whoever it is, 49ers versus the Eagles, 49ers win the game.
And keep in mind, Dunaway, this year, the Big Ten runner-up made the playoffs, and Michigan will have that kind of cachet next year, having been back-to-back playoff teams. If their only loss is Ohio State, and Ohio State's really, really good, they could be in the playoffs as a one-loss team.
I agree with everything you're saying,
Non-conference, yeah, I'd go Michigan. Better chance of them being in the playoffs.
Third down.
Who retires first due to injury, Zion or Tua?
Due to injury.
Tua is taking judo to learn how to fall. I don't know if you've seen that story, Lance.
Hey, desperate measures or desperate times call
well,
for
you know,
desperate
my daughter takes Taekwondo, and one of the things they teach you in Taekwondo is how to fall right so you don't hurt yourself. So Tua's going to try to learn that.
Side note from Saturday, did they show it on television when Bruce fell in the middle of action?
I did not see it.
I didn't see it.
Bruce fell. He turned around, and I don't know if his knee gave out because he had a surgically repaired knee or what, but he fell to the ground and did not put his hands out. And sort of, if you were at the game, let me know if you saw it, and sort of landed on his shoulder and roll. Is that how they teach you to land, to not put your hands out and to hit your shoulder and roll?
Well,
because I gasped. I was like, just with everybody dropping with heart attacks, I thought, oh, God, what's wrong with Bruce? And then he quickly got up, and I was like, whew.
Could the NFL find a body double for him, you think?
For Bruce Pearl?
Yeah, the way they did DeMar Hamlin.
I don't know. You lean into that every day.
It's one of my favorite conspiracy theories of all time. It's so absurd.
He's got a little, if you got a goatee on Jeff Garland, a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah. Tom makes a great point. In the Taekwondo class, so they teach you how to fall with a 300-pound man on you.
That's the tricky part. No, they do not.
Hey, pull Jeff Garland when you get a chance.
Well, I've seen Jeff Garland.
Yeah, just for any of the listeners that might not know who he is. Because he's really getting salt and pepper now.
You know who I always thought looked the most like Jeff Garland, Lance? Was
Brady Hoke.
Brady Hoke, the Michigan coach. I thought he and Jeff Garland were almost twin brothers.
Nope.
Go to the fourth one right there. No, right there. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, if you goateed him.
Yeah, if you goateed him, he could pass as Bruce Pearl.
And you put a hood on him and sunglasses like we did to
like DeMar Hamlin.
Road 2, number 2 is where you're going to have him with a
little
with
Bruce
a beard.
Pearl. That's a little Bruce Pearl right there.
He's got to get a tan though.
Yeah, more of a co-host of a Mike and Mike morning show than he is.
Yeah, Mike
Bruce
Golick.
Pearl.
Yeah, now
Mike Golick.
Yeah, we're gonna need him across the court with snow between the camera like it was on CBS to completely buy it.
Always in sunglasses.
Always in sunglasses. But I think we could go body double with Bruce Pearl.
I've got a bad feeling that Zion. I think both of these guys, they're gonna have abbreviated careers because they can't.
I
stay
hate
healthy.
it. And for both of them, they both could have been transcendent players.
Yeah, but Zion, it's just the way his body is and how the explosion. It's just going to be hard for that from the knees to the feet.
Is he carrying extra weight? Is that part of his
slimmed
problem?
down,
He's slimmed down, but he's just a big body. And some bodies just don't take it well.
I mean, ask Bill Walton. Ask Odom from the Trailblazer. Yeah, I mean, those are big guys that their careers were abbreviated or didn't really start.
You know, Barkley was a lucky guy to have the build he had with the explosion and the way he played the game to be able to stay healthy.
Right. Maybe if he was, but at 6'7", that may have helped him. If he was 6'9", 6'10", maybe his body fell apart earlier.
Fourth down.
Okay, again, I had to dig today.
For birthdays?
There was no birthdays. But on this date in history,
oh, wow, that
believe
bad.
it or not, 1965, Canada officially adopted the maple leaf flag. I've asked you.
Oh, I'd have thought
before
way
65?
Yeah, I'd have thought way younger than
what
that.
What the hell was it
officially
before
adopted
65?
Well, I think it might have been the maple leaf flag. You know, Canada they lay back on everything.
Yeah, so you think it was their flag, just not their official flag.
But if I ask you guys.
It's a good flag. Don't you think it's a good flag?
I do.
Yeah.
Where does it rank amongst flags? Because I think we've got a great flag.
Oh, the Stars and Bars is number one.
You got to take us out of it. I mean, we're the go-to flags.
Let's go non-American.
I think the United Kingdom's Yukon Jack is a really good flag.
I like that one. Yeah.
I think Sweden, just because of the Rams colors.
I give or take Sweden doesn't really do much for me.
See, I've always liked the Japanese war flag, which is not good.
They've got to be at war to have it, but you're right. It's their better flag.
It's not going to shock you that the Canadian flag before then had the
Wayne Gretzky.
No, what is the Union Jack in it?
Oh,
it was
yeah.
a Union Jack with a red field.
Yeah, Great Britain liked everybody to use their flag back when they owned them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Australia, I think, it's got a good flag.
I'm trying to think of the
That
Australian
one's
flag.
also got the Union Jack.
It does have the Union Jack.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, that Union Jack was a lot of places back in the day, Tyler, before they started losing wars.
Yeah.
Back when they had the best army in the
the
world.
maple leaf was one of the best ones.
That was the Canadian flag in 1960 before they got the maple leaf.
Yeah, they've upped
Big,
their
Oh, what a terrible flag.
Big upgrade.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Yeah.
See, and I don't like just the 3-color flag, really.
I don't either.
Like
too many people, like Ireland, Germany, too many people have
Italy,
it.
yeah.
Too many people were just like, we can't think of anything.
And not great colors either.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not a country, obviously just a state, but I like Arizona. It's very colorful.
I'll tell you, this is not going to be popular, especially with your dad. But I thought the flag from the Soviet Union back in the day.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
the hammer and sickle?
Yeah.
I thought it was a little too simple.
Yeah, but it looked really good on sports uniforms, though.
Well, that's because you hated it.
You had the red and the gold.
Yeah.
And had the Chiefs colors, and then you threw it on, the little, it was a good logo.
What do you think about the Mexican flag? Because they go with the 3-color bars, but then they throw a little emblem in there in the middle, too.
Yeah. It's not bad. Not bad. I do like Sweden. That is good colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's U.S., Canada, too.
I think Brazil's got a good flag, don't they? No, it's just like stars over.
So where would you have the Yukon Jack?
The Union Jack?
Or Union Jack, yeah.
Yeah, I would have it 3.
I like Yukon Jack.
I'd have it 3.
I don't know. That's classic flag.
It is classic. It's blue blood. It's blue blood or flags.
Yeah, it really is.
That is Vulcan Tire and Automotives. 4 downs today.
Look, if you're heading to a college basketball game at Tuscaloosa or Auburn, Debt Battery will not get you there before your next road trip this winter. Take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for a comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across the Birmingham area. You can find out more about what all they do for you and your vehicles. Go to VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Did Chile steal Texas's flag, or did Texas steal Chile's flag?
Shut up.
Oh, you haven't seen this?
No.
All right, Tyler, pull it up. Chilean flag. I'll see. Now, there's a slight difference, but it's not big enough difference that one didn't steal the other one.
Yeah, I think Chile was around first.
Chile was around first, but we're just finding out. So there's the Chilean flag right there. Tyler's got that one. And now there you go, versus Texas flag.
Texas flag is superior.
Well, it's just the bar is a little bit bigger. Which one came first, Tyler? Texas did not steal the flag of Chile. The two is similar but different.
I don't think so either.
Oh, yeah. I mean, one of them stole the other one. Flag of Texas.
So Chile beats out the Texas flag by 22 years.
Yeah, so Texas stole Chile's flag.
Brown didn't have TikTok back then, so nobody knew. In Texas, they didn't know what the Chile flag looked like.
Texas stole it.
Yeah.
Texas likes to be all original, and we do everything better. Well, you stole somebody's flag.
By the way, I hate to tell the folks of Chile, where the hell do you have to come for a trademark? The good old U.S. of A. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Brown doing a flag. I say I combined Brown and flag there.
Brag.
Brown doing a flag search there. Israel underrated, and Brazil was good. It was a good call by you originally on.
That's right. Now, Nepal has got a weird design in theirs. It's a very unique design. Israel, very simple. Just the old Star of David right there on a white flag with some blue stripes.
Did you guys mention the Swiss?
We did not
flag?
mention Switzerland. I
Just
like
a
Switzerland.
red flag with a white cross in the middle.
I like the Swiss flag.
Very, very simple.
Yep. You do feel like you can't shoot at me. I'm here to help you.
Now, I do see, if you do any search, the U.S. flag and the Great Britain, the British flag, are in almost all of them. The old Union Jack or Yukon Jack, depending on where you are. They're in almost all of them.
I think the KC flag, Dunaway, is better.
Kansas City?
Man, you are all in on the Hunt girl.
You're all in on the flag.
Welcome to Gracie Hunt. Lance has discovered Gracie Hunt. What do you think she's worth?
Well, I mean, she's
when her old man
she's
kicks
the heir to to billions of dollars. So
now they started the catch up, right? The Hunt family.
No, I don't think so. Different people. I don't think they're the same Hunts. I'm going to say that if you're just tuning into the show, you don't know what Lance is doing. Can you recap on why he's looking at the
he's just
heir apparent
realized
to the Chiefs ownership group?
He's realized that the good-looking girl that was standing in the Kansas City Chiefs booth is the granddaughter of Lamar Hunt, the founder of the Kansas City Chiefs.
I thought she was married to the younger dude she was standing next to, but every article here that she is single
and free to negotiate.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be difficult for anyone to negotiate with her.
What a lot of people forget is Lamar Hunt, actually, the Kansas City Chiefs, you think of this as this great historic franchise. They actually started out as a competitor. So now Forrester's in on the Gracie Hunt search, so Forrester's got
Forrester,
photos of
find the one where she's got the KC gear on against a tree in the snow.
It's become so hard for them behind the glass. It becomes, Tyler, find
No,
this.
you're the one that is asking shit on demand all the time.
It would just be easier to hook up our computers out here until we can push
We've
it right
actually got that.
Okay, well, let's do that.
Punch it right up on the air.
I don't know if it goes on the screen there.
Yeah. Uzbekistan is the flag you were looking for, Brown. You were looking for
was
the name
Uzbekistan?
Of that. Yeah.
Wow.
That's a good one there. Part of the show being brought to you, got to get a couple of these in. Brought to you by our friends at Slice, where you can get by for lunch today. Swing by there and get a unbelievable slice and a salad, which is a perfect lunch for you.
Yeah, we're going to be heading that new location, doing a Ask Us Anything coming up maybe this week, maybe next. We're still trying to figure out the dates. That's the newest location of the Slice family, the original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo. It's local pizza. It's local ingredients. The Bediako brothers, great guys. And don't forget, not only the Curbside Family Pack Special, $75 every night. They've got that take-home pizza kit, only $13. Sliced dough ball, sliced house red sauce, mozzarella, the provolone, your choice of one topping. Stop into one of those 4 locations or online for more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Forrester, what is LT looking at? Give us a look, man. Is it snowing in Kansas City today?
Gracie's confused, man. Ready for the pool, but she's out in the snow.
Yeah, she's risking a little frostbite.
Yeah, she is. Now, I know it's not going to shock anybody, but the Hunt family made their money in oil, not ketchup. My apologies on that one. Oil. He initially owned the Dallas Texans. Which they were going to. They were going to. What are you laughing at, Dunaway? Not everybody's 1,000 years old and knows this stuff. So
Brown almost dropped one there.
I did. Dunaway gets me sometimes. He owned the Dallas Texans, and they were going to compete with the Cowboys. Which, in a smart move by him, he's like, I don't think I want to compete with the Cowboys. I'll go to my own city. So he goes to Kansas City.
Is there a chance that he was one of the original owners and founders of the AFL?
He was, Jim. Yeah.
Is that why they still wear the AFL patch on their
Not
uniform?
everybody is 70 and knows this stuff, so I thought I'd try to educate the youths of our audience, the youngs.
I think Lance is doing that for us.
Yes, he's also got a...
Hey, I'm not the one that can immediately send out pictures and chicks in Birkenstocks. I don't have a catalog. You can check my phone. I just Googled her because you guys said that she was the granddaughter.
Well, she's the granddaughter of Lamar Hunt. One day she'll own that team. Now,
that's right.
Clark looks like he's pretty young.
He does.
Yeah, I don't know how old he is, but I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon.
It's so she won Miss Kansas. Her mom won it in '93, so her mom kind of looks like her. So yeah, I guess he's not too. Well, maybe he is though. A guy like that's probably 25 years young or older than the wife, wouldn't you think? But he looks young.
He does look young. So I don't know. I don't know, when he's going to kick it. But she'll apparently one day be an NFL team owner if she decides to stick around. And why would you not?
Oh, my goodness.
You'd never give that up, would you?
No.
I don't know how many will.
And obviously, she enjoys it because you see her in the box all the time, right?
That's right.
She's up in the owner's box.
And she's got the bikini, as we've seen.
I got to say she's not too bright, though, because I read that she wants to, her ultimate goal is to be the first female commissioner
of the NFL?
Yeah. I mean, why would you want to deal with that?
I wouldn't. If I own a team, why do I want to do that?
Yeah.
Team's much easier.
I would hang around and be the NFL owner. I mean, it's $1 billion business.
Absolutely, it is.
Multi-billion-dollar business right there. The news coming on Charles Bediako is better news than what we were expecting to hear today. Brown updates us again on what was said earlier, but as Milkman 256 says, it's Pringle time for Bama over there.
Well, I mean, the good news out of this, so the bad news is that Charles Bediako is a little bit dinged up. It could be much, much worse, though, because the good news is this happened during the Auburn game, and he played through it in the Auburn game. And I don't know about you guys. I was watching the end of that Auburn game. Charles Bediako seemed to be playing pretty well at the end of that game.
Oh, he's been playing great all year. I've called him a couple of times most improved player last year to this year.
Yeah, the couple shot blocks at the end there that were massive, and Alabama holding on to that lead in the win down at Auburn. But he did bang up his knee there. Nate Oates says since that game he has been day-to-day but has been improving. I have not seen where Nate Oates has speculated at all on his availability tomorrow night in Knoxville. So I would imagine if he's day-to-day, that's close to a game-time decision there. Scott has been following this, so I don't know if Scott has seen it either. That Nate Oates, Scott, did he say anything about his availability against Tennessee?
I have not seen.
Yeah, so I don't know that he has commented on that. So we'll have to see against Tennessee. But, as so often happens, an injury happens and word starts to leak out before the coaches comment on it. It's almost always worse in the rumors than it actually turns out to be. There were rumors last night that he was out until the NCAA tournament or something like that. This looks like it's something like maybe he misses a game or two, if that.
Yeah, but I agree with everyone who says Pringle has been playing well. The more time he gets, the better he looks. All right, a little trivia question for you guys, and I think we should be able to answer this. Coming off the Super Bowl win by the Chiefs, since January 1, 2000, there are 7 teams that have won 2 Super Bowls since that date. January 1, 2000, the Chiefs did it, so that's one.
Yep.
Can you tell me another team?
Tampa Bay Bucks.
Tampa Bay Bucks. I thought you would go a different direction.
Patriots.
The LA Rams is one, so our 2 teams.
Patriots are easy.
Patriots are easy. The other 3, those were the easiest ones. So Chiefs, Rams, Bucks, and Patriots. Steelers are 1. That's 5. Since January 1 of 2000, there's 5.
Has
2
Baltimore won 2?
Baltimore has won 2.
The New York Giants
the one I
7th.
thought was the toughest.
New York
and the Giants. I thought the Giants was the next to last. I thought the Ravens would be the toughest one. It's hard to think because they did it at 2 very different times in 2 very different ways, right?
Yeah, I mean, and 2 different coaches, obviously. A Brian Billick, Trent Dilfer-led team, and then a John Harbaugh. Who was the quarterback?
Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco-led team, yeah.
if I'm a Cowboys fan or a Redskins fan, for that matter, Commanders, whatever.
Yeah, since January 1.
So pissed that these other teams, these other organizations have got multiple championships.
Since January 1, no Cowboys.
Yeah, and you think about how bad some of these other teams were, like the Rams and the Bucks, the Ravens when they were the Browns.
And I'm right. Cowboys have 0, right?
0. They haven't won one since Switzer.
No, they haven't been to an NFC championship game.
Since Switzer, right?
Yeah.
Since 95.
So Packers have won one.
Yep.
Under Aaron Rodgers, because Favre was back in the 90s.
And that's probably one of the more disappointing when you consider all they've had for as long as they've had, and they've won 2 in that stretch.
Cowboys and Redskins, neither one have been to an NFC championship game since turn of the century.
Seahawks should have 2.
Should have 2. Again, bad goal line call.
Yeah, but they've only got 1.
Yeah.
The Falcons arguably should have
one.
at least 1.
Well, should have 1.
Yeah. They didn't play in another, or was that the 90s when they lost that one?
What is San Francisco's situation? They won.
They've got 0.
They've got 0. Was their last one George Seifert? They won one since then, right?
No.
They haven't won one since Steve Young?
So Steve Young and George Seifert was San Francisco's last.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Oh, man, I would put that up there with the Cowboys.
Oh,
almost.
it is.
Oh, it absolutely is. It's close to they've been.
You think about it, they played in the blackout game with Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh was the coach. Yep.
And then a couple of years ago with Garoppolo against your Tampa Bay Bucs.
That's a very proud franchise to have not won one since Steve Young and George
Chiefs.
Seifert. Yeah, that is a long run for them. Yeah.
Wow. So Chiefs went into some nice categories there with some great franchises: the Chiefs, the Rams, the Bucks, Patriots, Steelers, Giants, and Ravens. The Bucks really stick out there, don't they? Fast or famine for them, it seems like. Feast or famine for them.
Feast or famine, yeah.
One more segment to go here. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. Who's the next team to win the Super Bowl? We told you those lines yesterday. You can go ahead and make those future bets. Get in some basketball tonight with our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag. Auburn favored 6.5 tonight against Missouri. Lance projecting that Bama-Tennessee line at Alabama 2.5 up in Knoxville tomorrow night. You can get down on those games. MyBookie.ag. Code next round. When you sign up and use code next round, you get that deposit bonus, a bonus on your deposit. And here's the good news with MyBookie.ag. You do not have to use it 10 times for it to be yours. Some places make you do that. There's some fine print there when you get that deposit bonus. No strings attached to MyBookie.ag. Use it one time, yours forever. MyBookie.ag, code next round to get that deposit bonus. Code next round when you go to MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Carson says the Ravens have 2 titles with soup cans throwing the ball around. You can win Super Bowls different ways. The Chiefs just happened to do it with a great one this past weekend and a great coach. More when we come back, including LT's reaction to episode 5 of The Last of Us. It's coming up next right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, this Valentine's Day, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers. Choose from a menu of over 70 options. Buy online 24/7 or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa and tell them the Next Round sent you. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show today. When McAfee asked him in the final question about the Colts, Jets, and Raiders, all Aaron said is 18 years, man. That's always going to be home. Interview ended, and as Matt Schneiderman reports, now it's off into the darkness for Aaron Rodgers, literally.
The old dark retreat.
We'll see where he ends up. LT's thought on episode 5 of The Last of Us after he tells us about our friends at Hemphill.
Yeah, Hemphill Services. Don't forget, we've got a great February special for you. Our friends at Hemphill offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. Their team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090 or online, hemphillservices.com.
Lunsford from the back row, coming up within the next 2 weeks, you'll get The Last of Us season finale, The Mandalorian season 3 premiere, Ted Lasso season 3 premiere, plus Creed 3 and Scream 6. What a time to be alive, says Lunsford from the back road. What did you think? Episode 5 of The Last of Us.
Lunsford, feel free to chime in. So 3 is probably the bar as far as writing and acting. I know there's a lot of people out there, for whatever reasons, didn't like 3 because it was so off the beaten path of what you typically get. 4 went down a little bit, but then I thought 5 popped right back up. And I thought the more interesting thing, because I know nothing about the game, but these bloaters. So it's like the
bloaters?
Yeah, it's like the stage 4 of these zombies, and they're the ones that have been, I guess, under surface or developing for the longest.
Yeah, it's like, so basically imagine a normal zombie, we'll call them zombies. It's just like a person, but they've changed. This is basically like a full-on monster at this point.
Yeah, and it's like the strength is incredible. They're a lot larger than your typical individual. You know, I would say the one that we saw introduced to on Friday night was probably 6'5", about 350.
Yeah, it was played by some stunt guy who was a Game of Thrones stuntman, and basically
you can't,
because the guy fired a whole machine gun clip into it, didn't even harm it.
Unloaded assault rifle into this, didn't even affect it, and basically decapitates the guy immediately and throws his head off. So these things are going to be hard to kill. So that was the one thing that jumped out. I thought there were some really good characters that we only got introduced to for 2 episodes, and I don't even know if they were in the game or not. I thought Henry and Kathleen were really good characters that I don't want to give anything away, but you know, there was a ton of action.
What were their names again?
Henry and Kathleen. Why?
Henry and Kathleen were really good characters, but I don't want to give anything away.
Well, I didn't give anything away. There's a million things that can happen, right?
Daniel says 3 was phenomenal. 5 shook me off.
See, 3 was like a sweet but sad ending.
Yep.
5 was like oh crap kind of ending.
Yeah.
Like,
It was almost like The Departed. There was so much going on.
yeah,
at the end.
it was like at the end, all of a sudden,
chaos.
that happened.
That's our show today. We're back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. And Bama and Bourbon coming up a little bit later on today. Official on the coordinators. Also basketball #1 in everything. Aaron will have a lot to share with us, including those cool Yay Alabama t-shirts that are for sale right now. That and a lot more in Bama and Bourbon coming up. Until our next live show, God bless you and God bless America.